Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. And somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and know it go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to keep us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water like the 7-no-meter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Make them happy because man makes them strong. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in them motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it's nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. car. Man made the train to carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to kick us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water, like the seven no man. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy, and man makes them happy because man makes them joy. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes the money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Greetings, Black family. Greetings. Thank y'all for tuning in to another episode of the Frontline Black News. I'm your host, Chain Crumman. And we should be joined here shortly with our other host, Lady Che, and our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka Sankori. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which I'm the co-executive producer and co-host of. And on this season 4, episode 41, part 2 of the Frontline Black News, we'll be discussing several topics we did not get to in part 1. And the first one is Law and Order star, former rapper, Ice-T gets pulled over in New Jersey, his home state. And it was pretty interesting. So I'm going to play the clip of him getting pulled over and his reaction to getting pulled over with expired plates and no driver's license. Then we are celebrating our master teachers. So I got a series of master teachers that we're going to be discussing. The first one is Dr. John Henrik Clarke. He was very influential back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. And he's the one that taught us that we had no friends. And that if we wanted a friend, we need to look in the mirror. And he said that he does not debate his equals. He only debates his equals. All others he teaches. So shout out to our master teacher, John Henrik Clarke. That's a little muffled. How? That's interesting. I'm going to turn the tone down. Okay, how is it now, Zero? Crew? Okay, Lady Che's in the building. Greetings, Lady Che.
Hi, yeah, all right. Yeah, what's going on?
I was just going over the introduction. So the first topic is body cam footage of Law and Order star Ice-T going off on the cop during traffic stop. Then I was talking about Dr. John Henrik Clarke, and how we need to continue to honor him and his work. Then Dr. Yosef Ben-Jochannan Day as well. So John Henrik Clarke Day is New Year's Day. And shortly after is Dr. Yosef Ben-Jochannan Day. And then we got honoring Dr. Chancellor Williams as well. Then we got 2025 reparation payments approved and increased from $350,000 to $151 million for each foundational Black American, otherwise known as African American. Then we got the untold history of dark-skinned Native Americans. Then we got Steve Bannon demands reparations for H-1B1 visa policies.
God damn it. We already went down. I thought we went over that.
No, we didn't cover it.
We covered. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Okay, we covered all that bird flu shit. All right, whatever. I'm because.
Hold on. Then we got Beyonce accused of cultural appropriation. And if we have time, foreign nurse caught swinging a broom at an elderly patient in a nursing home. Fight in secret. Where are the 320,000 missing migrant children? So those are the topics for tonight.
How many is that?
A lot. Let's see how many.
He was talking about woo me, man. Woo me.
Oh, okay. I got you. Reality. Ray's reality. My boy.
That was yesterday. We got that yesterday.
Yeah, he told us yesterday.
What is that yesterday?
Mike is a little muted.
What's going on? What's going on? Of course, it sounds better. I actually got all the materials over here.
Yeah, I'm using the laptop. I'm not using
that is us.
Greetings.
Whole different vibe.
Greetings,
You know, cause I'm gonna continue to text my little messages that I was gonna chat to you. Wooed me. Just so you know, I know you know. Wooed me, okay? That was right, and here we are. That's like 16 more topics.
Right, so this is kind of awful.
You see how you just ignore me? Like, yeah,
Order stone.
Greetings, family. Go ahead, Jesse, man. I'm going on mute. I'm really here in spirit. I might magically disappear. You know? Go ahead. It's Sunday. Let's go. Round 2. I'm ready.
Known for his role as Detective Odafin Tutuola on Law & Order, was pulled over in New Jersey for what looked like a missing front plate on his Porsche.
Yeah,
Things took a turn when...
You have to fix it on your side, on the bottom. That's how you fix that. So show steady your... Yeah, because you're not doing single viewing. You was doing single viewing. You have it. There you go. Start.
Headed to the DMV. That's where I'm going to get all my registration and everything.
You know your registration expired since 2021.
That's where I'm going.
So you have your license expired as well.
That's why I'm going to the DMV. Give me my paperwork here.
Yo, don't touch me. Don't
give me
like that.
Give me my paperwork. Get this on camera.
Legendary rapper and actor Ice-T, best known for his role as Detective Odafin Tutuola on Law & Order, was pulled over in New Jersey for what looked like a missing front plate on his Porsche. Things took a turn when officers found his registration and license were expired, leading to a heated exchange with the star. Here's how it all went down.
Kilo comes back, negative stolen, 2015, Porsche 911, two-door color gray. Registration expired.
Step that one. How's it going, sir?
What's up, officer?
Officer Chancellor, Hudson County Sheriff's Office. Let you know you're being recorded, okay?
I'm headed to the DMV. That's where I'm going to get all my registration. Yesterday,
Yeah, but what I'm saying is registration been expired since 2021.
Car's been parked.
Are you sure?
Yeah, of course I'm sure. That's why I'm trying to get this car set up to roll. Yesterday I went to the DMV and they said that their system was down, so that's where I'm headed. I got 7 cars. I'm trying to get them all straight.
You say you went to DMV yesterday? They said the system is down?
Yesterday, yep.
What time was your appointment yesterday?
I didn't have an appointment. They just take me.
You need to have an appointment to go to DMV.
I don't need one.
Why is that?
Because they know me.
Because they know you. Is your passport? Do you have a driver's license with you?
Yeah. I'm getting that. That has. That's expired.
So you have your license expired as well?
That's why I'm going to the DMV.
Yeah.
Sir,
Oh boy, I got so no love.
You cannot drive with an expired license and expired registration.
I mean, why don't you follow me right to this garage right here? The DMV is right there. You don't got to be that serious about this. I mean, you can, but you don't have to.
Well, is it serious? So, give me one second.
Man, you have to. It would have been a rib if you would have talked to him like you was on Law and Order. Stupid.
Did you want me to start the hook?
It's 5-6. Standby. You could have drive without a vehicle who was registered and get this one registered.
Can I handle this? You gonna take me to jail?
I'm not gonna take you to jail.
Okay, can I park the car here and walk to the DMV?
I'm gonna tow your vehicle.
No, you're not. You're not gonna tow my vehicle. Let me park my car right here.
You're not gonna move your car, sir. You give me your keys right now, and I'm gonna tow your vehicle. You try to be more respectful with me, I'm gonna respect you the same way.
Well, then let me. You see, I'm going to.
No, you're not gonna tell me what to do. I'm gonna tell you what to do. So give me your keys right now. You're gonna go that route.
I asked you, can I park my car?
I said not. Give me your keys, sir.
So I'm not under arrest, and I'm getting out of my car. Give me my paperwork here.
No, don't touch me. Don't
give me
like that.
Give me my paperwork. Get this on camera. This motherfucker. I'm a foot away from DMV.
Keep your distance.
You are a fucking asshole.
I'm not an asshole. You've been an asshole to me.
I'm an asshole. I'm trying to get to the DMV. I showed you all the paperwork. Let me start recording your dumb ass.
So 5-6, start the hook and start another unit.
Police officer, he has none of that.
You're in the parking lot for Dunkin' at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
He said, I'll tell you. I was like, goddamn right, that's the kind of attitude I have.
Irish.
Tell me what I'll tell you.
The actor began recording as the officer called for backup. Ice-T appeared visibly angry, frustrated that the officer didn't give him another option to register his vehicle.
He's going to be 9001 Bergen Line with a dog.
Much worse. Right.
So what happened, Sarge?
What's up, Sarge? Hey, what's going on, brother? How are you? I'm trying to get to DMV to register my cars. Okay. I got all the paperwork and everything there. I asked the officer, could I just go over here or even park my car so that I could walk over there and get all my paperwork together? He says he wants to tow my car.
All right, give me a second. Let me find out what's going on here, and then we'll figure something out, okay?
Okay.
Right.
It's doing a little too much, Sarge.
Okay, so what I was going to do is just issue him a ticket, let him park here. Okay. He jumped out of the vehicle. He didn't ask me. He came so close to me. And he said, he called me an asshole. He called me an asshole, and he said, give me all your paperwork right now. All right. And everything's been recorded. And your vehicle's been towed.
Well, the funnier is, I would have hit it with the hard shell. I get to work every motherfucking day, man. Like, seriously. You got how many vehicles? I get to work every day.
Right now? Tactical purpose.
This shit is mad expired.
The officer received permission to issue the actor 4 tickets, including one for driving with a suspended license.
You have to work. Why your license expired? How do you get to work? The Law and Order know your license expired. Like, you know what I mean? Like, man, so many questions. I'm gonna ask you a question, sir. How do you get to work? Yeah, I realize you're somebody special in your mind. How do you get to work? That'd be number one question. That'd be my first question. How do you get home from work? Public transportation. You, sir. Sure. Oh man, he worked his celebrity to get that car towed. Because the white cop obviously knows who he is.
That's all right, you can issue him the ticket, and that's going to be it, right? He's going to leave the car here. Up to you. Whatever you want to do. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay. You're going to leave the car here. Okay. He's going to park the car here.
You don't have a regular license.
Go across
you don't go.
Get the stuff.
No, you got a family.
Okay, but he's getting 4 tickets.
Got a little family.
Right. Okay.
You don't do regular shit. How you gonna do all those car commercials and not have an up-to-date license?
Driving emergency motor vehicle, driving with an expired license, proper display, you got no front plates, and no inspection sticker.
Your up-to-date license. Your tags and shit expired. Bad representation, does. Might as well be made.
Did you make out already? What's that? 4. You give me 4. You already set them in? Not yet.
I got 2.
Yes. Can you bring it down to 2?
Right.
Sorry. All right. No, that's what you should go. I can't. Okay. All right.
I can start counting right there.
I can't tell him as a sergeant what to do. I can guide him and I can make a recommendation. He's going to give you 4 tickets. Okay. I asked him not to give you the 4 tickets, but he could bring it down to 2. He said no. He's giving you the 4 tickets.
What are the 4 tickets?
He says you have no plate, no inspection sticker, no registration, and your driver's license is expired. Okay.
That's nice.
All right.
You want the problem. Well, the real shit was like, you know what's going on with this car? When you ran the place before you got out the car to ask me for my license and shit. Stop playing. That's what I would have done if I was him. You know exactly what's going on here. You're doing this on purpose. This sounds like profile.
I did. Yeah. I did.
He could have. I mean, he didn't have to stop right there. Just because you saw
I
the
know
license
that.
You gotta park the car. That shit what time?
So, as Sergeant, we're not going to tow your vehicle?
He's rolling right up on us in the white area.
Is your paperwork, driver's license, everything you gave me? You're receiving a ticket for no front plates?
Like blocked his tail.
Where's all the other paperwork? It's in there. Everything you gave me. It's in the vehicle.
Yep.
You have no inspection, driving expired registration, and driving with expired license.
I don't drive anymore. I never had a license.
Right. You're, like I said, you're going to leave the car here and just go to DMV.
There's always security.
So, your registration is expired, your license too.
That's what I'm going for.
Okay. Well, I'm just letting you know that I didn't know if you just knew your registration was expired. You got both.
I got everything.
Well, it's something really bad, but
all right.
Listen.
I'm good. All right. You just the way he showed me, I was going to park the vehicle. No tickets issued, but just next time show some respect. That's all I got to say.
I don't have to.
All right. Okay. I don't have either. All right. So you have a great day, sir.
In the end, the actor was able to resolve the situation, fixing the issues and paying the fines in full. But it raises the question, was the officer fair in handling this, or could they have been more lenient considering the circumstances? Let us know what you think.
They would have went either way. They would have went either way on that. But I feel like he was profiling. Dude was definitely profiling. When he pulled him over, you know he was, because he pulled him over in the beginning of that shit and was already running the plates. So he knew who owned the car. He already knew what was going on. He did that shit on purpose. It just kept getting worse. Fucking Ice-T thought he was gonna get a little pass, get a little slap on that. I guess he did because he didn't get his car towed. Oh, man.
Right. I think they was doing the most. Hey, Ziggy. Black news.
They don't let you put money as celebrity.
So Ziggy is Devin, cuz.
They don't let you put people as celebrity. You can't be like, yo, this, my name is Ice-T on your thing. No, they don't play those games. They don't go like that.
By the way,
Yeah,
right? You don't wait when you see them at first.
Jesse, look at his name's like Cornelius Talmadge or like some weird you know what I'm saying? So dude ran his plate and saw a super expired Cornelius Talmadge and was like, cuz, this shit is way expired, cuz. And your motherfucking license expired, Cornelius? Like,
I'm never like you didn't really do it. Was he gonna hit him with the ball?
Like, yo, I recognize you. My grandma watches your show all the time.
Right.
Dun.
Doing the most.
I ain't going back up. We can't be laughing with you while we're live.
Like Cruz said, I forgot what he said. Let me back in the comments. There's so much to keep up with. But
it wasn't that many comments, Jesse.
It was a lot of comments.
It was like 6. I was keeping up with them.
I see them all.
You're keeping up with them because you posted them.
Yeah, that one right here, he said, Ice-T lucky that young race soldier didn't get scared. It could have even been even worse. And justified. Yeah.
No, I do that too much. I do that too much.
Scared. He would get scared, feel for his life.
And these Latin. Yeah, motherfuckers act scared.
Like, how the hell you not know that?
Hey, man, they were letting everybody and anybody, join the academy. Remember?
You have to.
All the new immigrants could join the academy.
And a wake up call. He forgot. Right. He forgot. He was black, so
he's stupid.
After they came after him after Cop Killer, back when he was. Okay, well. Yeah, Power.
My brother said you want to get out these two. We're going to call Elliot Stabler. I know who he is. He's white. That's if you watch a lot or SVU.
Yeah, so after Cop Killer, they gave him the spot on SBU. And then they discontinue SBU? I don't even know if that's just still on.
Hell no, they discontinue it.
Your boy Elliot Stabler, the dude who plays Elliot Stabler, ain't never been out of work for a Law and Order. He got the whatever the one, the organized crime.
Man, that motherfucker just as gritty. He's just as gritty and grimy like he was on a motherfucking Oz.
Yeah, that organized crime is actually shit.
That motherfucking Chris Malone, man. He think he's so fly. He over there doing butt naked motherfucking sit-ups and push-ups and shit with tennis shoes on.
Right. I never catch that.
That motherfucker's always naked somewhere. No bad actor.
20 down there, 30 or 40.
Yeah, man. I've been watching You Should Know how many times he came over here and I've been fucking watching Law and Order SBU, fucking sleeping through it and shit on a marathon. Come on now. I binge watch that shit. Man, I wish I could binge watch some of the shit I really like.
I think they canceled the regular Law and Order SVU, and it was like, no, we can't have Stabler out of work, so he got his own show.
No, they going hard. It's like a 25th.
Oh, do they really still got the regular?
Yeah, they're like a 25th season.
I know that motherfucking Law and Order.
Now we're gonna cry hard. Dude, remember motherfucking Stabler? Like, just do this for me, Liv. She's like, I didn't know you were like this, Elliot. Yeah, right. I'm a fucking get out of the show, got dirty. Like, just gonna do everything dirty. I have to wonder if he's corrupt. I think he is.
Let me say, what's up, that's getting pulled over and how he
really started to shine.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, I can be as grimy as I want on my own show.
Right. Right. Everything's not by the book. All right, go ahead, Jesse. We're just fucking around. Go ahead.
I was asking you, Lady K, what were your thoughts on former cop killer himself?
Oh man, I thought I was talking about this whole time. Look, I don't know. I think that if he knew he was about to get pulled over, it's going to have to be like all over the place. So I would have been a little bit funnier with my antics. But no, I think dude was profiling a little bit. The officer is he's on a power trip. That's what it looked like at first. I see that he was going sliding on his celebrity. Dude wasn't feeling it. Then when the sergeant got there, he thought he was gonna dime out the motherfucking deputy, and that didn't really happen. It kind of just didn't go the way he thought it was gonna go. You know what I mean? And he was like, "I got you." Okay, that you don't forget that once you get away with some shit, these motherfuckers find a way to find you again and fuck with you again. Now you on the radar for being a rude prick. You know what I mean? So, like, we'll see. We'll probably see him again, like, in a few months, getting pulled over for something different. You know what I mean? All while driving while black.
Bodycam.
Your plates are 15 more years expired.
Almost a half a year old, over a half a year old.
Hey, man, that's nothing new. I mean, I've seen way worse.
You got all that money. Your personal assistant, you couldn't get your plates and your license updated.
Right. You got a whole wife, actually, and a child. Like, she couldn't help you. What have you done? What do you do after work?
He's still on that show. That's 24 seasons.
Like I said, you might just go ahead and when you go do these these motherfucking auto collision motherfucking commercials, and you got expired shit.
That's the wildest shit I'm on.
Sign up. No, you're not even signed up. Now we know he's not signed up to the shit he's over there propagating. That's my opinion. That was good. You're welcome.
Yeah. I share your sentiment. Like, this did not go the way he was.
Not at all. I bet he thought he was gonna just get away with it. He was like, "It's just right there." Yeah, sir. It's just right there. Yeah. Well, you're not gonna make it right there right now. This car is getting totally
black.
Right. Yeah, how many times have I heard that excuse, sir?
I done pulled that on my way to the DMV
right.
several times.
Right.
And pulled up. The DMV is right there. It was like, it's just right there.
It's just right there. It's right there. Oh man, I took a car and I had to put a sign that says "in movement" or "in transport." I'm going to the DMV right now to register. And fuck no, I wasn't. I was going down to about to jump on the way. What the fuck you talking about? I don't got time to sit there. I do, but I don't. I'm busy. Man, let's just get to the next one. I'm sorry. You got me laughing about this shit all night.
All right. I agree wholeheartedly with what Lady Shay had to say on the matter.
I thought I was like, God damn it. You shouldn't ask me nothing.
Let this serve as you still a nigga. You're not going to get no white privilege. They don't care how much money you got. And this cat was so young, he didn't even know about your old ass. Like Cruz said, so just take it as you still a black man in America. No matter how much money you got, they're not going to treat you like them. They're going to treat you like they treat us. So moving along, we got our master teacher. We just his 100 or something solid return if he was still living. Dr. John Henrik Clarke. So on every New Year's Day, we celebrate Dr. John Henrik Clarke because that's when he was born on paper. So Professor Black Truth gonna give us an update on him and the significance that he played in Black liberation and Black empowerment and Black scholarship.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth.
History is never old.
Everything that ever happens continues to happen. What we are dealing with now is more than the second rise of Europe. We're dealing with the rise of a concept that is taking hold of the mind of most of the world, and people throughout the world are now fighting to get away from that concept, and a whole lot of people are prisoners to that concept.
Our B1 holiday season storms on. And that being the case, it's only just that we happen to commemorate the birth date of a man who is a true titan of Black empowerment. Yesterday, we celebrated the birthday of Dr. Joseph Ben-Jochannan, and today we celebrate the man who was his lifelong friend and his fellow warrior scholar,
I take it we gotta wait a few minutes, cause oh, there you go. So it's pinwheeling or something. Put the antenna up.
Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Over here in the B1, we always start.
Man, I gotta go on mute while we wait, because if not, man, my brother in the other room gonna keep making me laugh. I gotta wait till. What are we doing over there, Mr. Paris?
You can easily fight other than the calendar what else has changed. So long as anti-Black racism and white supremacy still exist, the calendar might as well read 1724 instead of 2024. But on this day, we don't engage in any of the revelry that the rest of the society does. We're not concerned about any balls dropping in Times Square or getting drunk. What we're concerned about is getting free. And let me say right off the bat, we are a people blessed with so many diligent and conscientious thought leaders. So many, in fact, that no matter your area of interest, you can easily find at least one
Wi-Fi. We can only do that over here where we're on the actual internet.
Well, Dr. John Henrik Clarke is my all-time favorite Grandmaster teacher, so January 1st holds special significance for me, and I hope it does for you as well. And I don't mean to speak about such a revered and profound mind as his, the way that most people talk about their favorite athlete or movie. But Dr. John Henrik Clarke is to me what Michael Jordan is to, well, to most Black men. A man of humble origins who took a genuine interest in his people and did it at a time when it was difficult to do. It's one thing for us to learn and spread knowledge that's already been won for us. But in Dr. John Henrik Clarke's case, he had to claw that knowledge out of the cold, dead earth itself. But Dr. Clarke did something that most of the people running around calling themselves teachers and scholars today practically never do. He told and taught us how the lessons of the past directly pertain to us today. For example, Dr. John Henrik Clarke.
When he comes over here, it's a different experience. When he's over there, the laptop's like, everything's just, man, last year, everything just
about the condition of Black.
Like, I got to update my computer.
Globe.
Actually get another one. Yeah,
this
a new laptop.
Some young man in the audience.
It's like the end of it, so we finna figure it out.
But he on a
Wi-Fi or
social organizations that we're a part of, and don't get us started on our church. We're always ready to style and profile when it comes to Sunday mornings. We dress up to show people our new threads or the new car that we can barely afford. It's always the right time, it seems, for Black folks to try to show people how prosperous they want to be seen as being. And yet nobody ever talks about group economics. We tend to leave that part out. Well, Dr. Clarke constantly reminded us that whatever it is that we're a part of, we're supposed to use it as a tool of our empowerment, or we should leave it in the ash heap of history. Now, that's taking a hard-nosed approach to our power. And as a man of the cloth, Dr. Clarke understood that he couldn't be a hypocrite when it came to Christianity. Christianity had been used as a system of control and conquest of our people. Very few Black people use it as a tool of liberation. So as far as Dr. Clarke was concerned, unless Christianity was being used to get Black people out of bondage, then it didn't serve any purpose. A lot of Black people had trouble digesting that particular truth. As far as they're concerned, religion happens to be an end unto itself. As long as you're praying, it doesn't really matter if your prayers are answered. So many Black people willing to brag how their religion assures them that they shouldn't be afraid of death. It's okay to fight for your religion because death simply transitions you to another plane of existence. But Dr. Clarke taught if that's the case, you might as well go ahead and let your religion embolden you to fight for your liberation right here in the here and now, not in the next world. Dr. Clarke gave us so many sage and insightful expressions, such as all history is a current event, among many others. Now, for my part, I've created a couple of phrases, such as when white, but even that was just an inferior version of the kind of profound axioms that Dr. Clarke would come up with. So while phrases like that may come from me, the thinking behind it, I hope. Dr. Clarke never said specifically the words about white supremacy breaking its tools. He did, however, give lecture after lecture, and he wrote piece after piece talking about the fate that would ultimately befall Negroes who were silly enough to play the fool for white supremacy and work alongside the oppressor. As Dr. Clarke explained, that story never ends well for them. And in most all of those cases, it's usually the very forces of white power that these Negroes allied themselves with who ultimately do them in. Dr. John Henrik Clarke was more than a voice of reason. He was a voice of courage in an age of cowardice, willing to tell white society the unpleasant truths they didn't want to hear about themselves, and to tell Black society the hard realities that too many of us were trying to hide from. As the new voices of Black media, from time to time, we'll use terms like thought leaders to describe ourselves, but let's be realistic here. We usually use that simply because we don't have the grandmaster teachers walking amongst us anymore. If they were, we would never use terms like thought leaders to describe ourselves because we would be following their lead. So whenever we use that phrase, we're talking about ourselves in a very general way. Dr. John Henrik Clarke, however, talked about how as a young man, he was very involved in Black radical activist circles. And while he wasn't necessarily all that strong physically, he still had a very important contribution that he could make. He could think. And don't underestimate how important that contribution is. When you see how many Negroes are constantly running around slamming their gums crucial part of winning any war, especially a generational one like the one we're engaged in, is to make sure the people on your side never forget what they're fighting for and who they're fighting against and why. That's where the grandmaster teachers like Dr. John Henrik Clarke proved to be indispensable. While you had Negroes out there saying that we needed to turn to white society for answers to what we need, and that we should blame ourselves alone for our condition, what we call respectability politics, Dr. Clarke had the steel in his spine to tell Black people that we shouldn't do either of those things, and instead we should be looking to one another. And he was right, because trusting in, turning to, and relying on each other is the one thing that Black people keep trying to avoid doing, and yet it's also the only thing that's ever actually produced results for us. For a powerless people to blame themselves alone for their condition is dysfunctional and wrong. It leads nowhere. And for an oppressed people to turn to their oppressors for answers is suicidal. Dr. Clarke did not and would never counsel us to do either of those things. We don't need to ask the oppressors for advice on anything, and we don't need to try to make them forget the debt they owe us by engaging in respectability politics, because the fools who talk that gibberish, that's the audience they're attempting to reach. They want to make white society feel comfortable around them, and that means, well, we're going to blame ourselves for all this stuff that you did to us. No. You cannot have justice without balance, and balance means the righting of a wrong. Phony Black mouthpieces and pretend scholars like Henry's Skip the Gates Truth, they got called out and shut down personally by Dr. John Henrik Clarke. And that's the reason why all of these go along to get along Negroes who are trying to get themselves some university gig or get them space time on a white media TV station. They didn't like Dr. Clarke because he was running around as a true intellect. Making it and fraudulent meat puppets for white power coming out of these universities, who white power credentializes them and says, hey, we gave so-and-so a degree, so you ought to listen to this Negro because he's saying what we want you to hear. Meanwhile, Dr. Clarke told his people the truth. He made it his life's mission to define what true Black intellectualism is and to separate the true Black intellects from the fakers, frauds, phonies, and fools who white power kept trying to prop up and trot out and present to us as if they spoke for us when they never did. If Dr. John Henrik Clarke didn't exist, we would have had to invent him. His knowledge was only matched by his incredible decency, and we haven't found anyone who even comes close to him since. And it speaks volumes about how crucial and irreplaceable the man was that after his passing, it was nearly 20 years before there arose a new generation who were ready to take the torch that he passed down and to run with it. Dr. John Henrik Clarke doesn't come along once in a lifetime. Someone like him only comes along once. So it is crucial that we not forget him. It is also crucial that we teach the young why he's important. We must renew our understanding and our devotion to those who came before us and paved the way. We don't just give them lip service or mention them in passing. This is why I made the decision to make it a point to remember their birthdays on an annual basis and to tell everyone about it. These are our heroes. These are our icons. We owe it to them to honor them because they honored us. When we devote time and resources to something, that means we're sacrificing for it. Sacrifice is important because that means to make holy. That's what the word sacrifice means, to make holy. That makes it a sweat, blood, and tears and sacrifice every day. We devote our lives to this. And the only way to live is ultimately a fight for a people to control their own destiny again. He wasn't trying to get us to join a political party or to become part of anyone's religion. That's because he didn't work for anyone but us. He wanted us to, as he put it, look in the mirror and see a friend, to reestablish the loyalty system that was broken by our enemies so long ago, to summon the courage and the resolve to challenge and ultimately destroy the forces of anti-Black racism that threaten us. The more that Dr. Clarke learned about his people, the more esteem and admiration that he had for us all, and he wanted us to have that same thing. With Dr. Clarke's passing, we didn't just lose a grandmaster teacher, we lost a way of life. Or did we? See, Dr. John Henrik Clarke said that in his day, they understood that they were on a war footing, and that when one of their comrades died, that was a tragedy, but it didn't change their mission one iota. As Dr. Clarke put it, bury the man and continue the plan. And that's exactly what we're doing. Follow the plan. That is the code. Make it a point to honor heroes like Dr. Clarke. That's what he would have wanted. He was a humble man, so he would never have been telling us to treat his birthday as a holiday amongst ourselves. But he also would not have discouraged us from asserting our own identity by choosing for ourselves who and what we choose to honor and to celebrate. We honor our heroes because at this time of year, white power uses their media monopoly to push at us whatever it is they want us to buy. Santa Claus, Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Christmas Day football games. Dr. Clarke said, if it's not advancing your liberation, then dump it. And that's why we don't celebrate any of these so-called holidays that the dominant society puts to us. They use everything in the society as a means to advance their own power and to take away ours. It's time for that to change. Holidays are supposed to be a way to get the masses to keep history alive. That's the proper use of it. Reminding the people of it every year. You reinforce it. You make sure that what happened in the past is not forgotten. That matters when you understand that all history is a current event. Everything that has ever happened continues to happen. We have to make it a point to educate ourselves about what's important to us and what's in our interest, because if we don't, then we'll have white power doing everything it can to miseducate us and trotting in a whole bunch of go-along to get along Negroes to try to sell the soap for them. Now, we may not have ticker tape parades for Dr. Clarke, nor do we have billboards or other media to promote observing January 1st as a cultural tradition in our community. But what we do have is a group of dedicated people who have been informed, inspired, and emboldened by his work. We have his writings in his own words and his lectures in his own voice. No generation of people in human history has ever been as oppressed as we are. But fortunately, no group of oppressed people has had such vivid and accurate access to the teachings of their icons either. But as Dr. John Henrik Clarke taught us, merely having access to knowledge means nothing if you're not putting it into practice. So make sure you take this day to remember the words and honor the teachings of our Grand Master, because by doing so, we ensure that he never truly died, and neither will his people.
Yes, Dr. John Henrik Clarke was heavy. R.I.P. to him. He was one of the first master teachers I had explored when I was beginning this journey of Black empowerment over 10 years ago, and learning more about our culture, our people, our history. So he said, we don't die. They tried it. We still here. Exactly. And that's why the code is the leader. See, because they can kill the leader and the movement dies. But if the code is the leader, that's an ideology, that's a methodology, a codified response to what we are under, and you can't kill that. You can't stifle that. Usually they figure if they take the leader out, then the movement dies. But not with the code. So shout out to Nellie Fuller Jr. and Dr. Francis Cress Welsing for the code. If you don't know, you definitely need to look it up. The ISIS papers and Nellie Fuller's United Compensatory Code concept for victims of racism and white supremacy, and textbook, workbook, study guide, etc. for victims of racism, white supremacy in all 9 areas of human activity, which is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, sex, war, and religion, and some say health and nutrition. So yeah, shout out to them for the code, and the message is going to continue on. The struggle is going to continue on. The fight's going to continue on, and we in this for the long haul. All right, what's your thoughts, Lady Che?
Sorry, I was doing something. I was looking at something on the phone. He can't. There's no mic. He's just talking on the computer, the laptop. Yeah. As far as him, my thoughts are this. The code is the leader. Yes. Everything that he pretty much, Dr. Henrik Clarke has put out for us, it's like possibly one of the most important things to, important people to read. He said a lot. There was a lot of material out there for us to, live by and look at. Especially when in the regards to we have no friends. We have no friends. We have no allies. It was important. There's a lot of lessons and things that I lived by naturally before I even knew that his work existed. There's some things I felt like when I found out, or when I was able to really kick out a lot of this biracial bullshit from my life. There's a lot of things that I felt really cheated on, that I couldn't, that I didn't know, or didn't know that a certain leader had even existed in life, and it left all these great works for me to look at and really read, since I like to read. I was really I felt, I guess I felt cheated, knowing that I didn't have education. I didn't have the opportunity to go to school, really go to school, and have just a basic education. I didn't have that opportunity, as some would have, as a lot of people have had. I had to be a self-starter, a person, that was self-educated. So when I was able to actually kick this biracial bullshit out of my life, and just stick to one simple thing, is that we are at war, and that there is no such thing as like a dual alliance. You're either going to be one or the other. And considering that my racial makeup, most of it, didn't really have a place for me. So, I always go with what was beneficial for me, or what behooves me, or what actually wanted me, or wants me, or what, needs me, whatever that is. I felt that when I was able to look into certain leaders, such as Dr. Henrik, Clarke, Dr. Chris Wilson, Professor Chris Wilson, Neely Fuller Jr., Baldwin. I mean, so many that I felt that I was cheated out of not only an education, but an actual lesson in my own history, in my own, lineage history, that I was denied and still is denied. Even the resemblance of knowledge, I got to go on a fucking, like a expedition to find out, what I really want to know. And it took me somewhere. It took me to a place of fucking anger, that I was cheated out of knowing what a lot of my richly melanated foundational Black American peers know. I had to find out later in life, and it really upset me. It really angered me. It really made me frustrated, because all these things that I was already living by were naturally in me, about being empowered, about just, mostly do for self, or looking for answers within my own people. I was already doing these things. I was already there, but just wasn't it. Excuse me, I didn't mean to say, but I just wasn't knowing that that's where it all came from. It's just instinctual, I feel that it was terrible. It was terrible that I had to find out all these things so late, and just in the last few years, a handful of years. All this knowledge that I was fucking denied, or didn't even know, didn't have the idea to go look, didn't know where to look, didn't know how to start, because I was denied due to racism, white supremacy, within my own bloodline, within my own family, just with people around, the colorism, even within us, due to colorism. And we really look back into it, right? Due to colorism, shit is intentionally hid from me. And it's so stupid, right? And you think about it, it's so stupid when you break down it. You're like, how the fuck you gonna hide something from me when I'm you? And just fucking too much milk in my coffee, cuz. Like, how you gonna hide it from me? But I'll find out. Eventually I'll figure it out. Man. And the other thing is too, like, in order to be a revolutionary, in order to lead empowerment, in order to be empowered, you have to know what the fuck you're fighting for, and it's so easy for me to say who I fight for, what I fight for, because I was already doing it, or who I defend and what I defend. It's automatic. I just didn't have the words to put with it, or the understanding of it from their level, their teachings and their ideologies. You know what I mean? A lot of things were just left. I didn't even know where to look. And the facts were like, man, I felt like, how the fuck you gonna laugh at me when you deny me or gatekeep because of my fair skin, or because I don't have these features that everybody's so proud about, when I'm just like, man, I never wanted nothing more but just to be who the fuck I came in the world as. And that was never gonna change. Love me, always love me. And I can't be taught to hate myself. You know, you come from an ugly, ugly life of hate. How can I hate myself when it's already just given to me naturally? You know what I mean? I can't hate myself if the whole world hates me. If somebody got to love me, it's got to be me. And I felt like in order to love myself more, I had to read. I had to look into these things, because how do I have all this power to manifest and motivate if I didn't know where it came from initially? And that's where it came from. I had to read, and I was like, fuck, man, he's been spitting jewels. And somebody decided, man, nobody wanted to guide me. Fuck, I had to take it into my own hands when I made the decision to be black first. Meaning, we're at war. I had to pick a side. I had to pick this side. You know, this is the side that took care of me. This is the side it is. You know, and that's the way it is. You know, when I listened to the Black Authority, and I listened to like what he was saying, I was like, man, this only makes the most sense when you're in a world full of fucking intentional conflict. You better pick the fucking side. You better pick the right side, because there's no going back. You can't switch up. You can't flip around. You can't say like these stupid things I hear fucking biracial people say all the time. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? No, here, or the and I listen to, when I really listen to biracial people talk, I'm like, I'm glad I shook that nasty generic average bullshit off. I'm glad that I fucking got some real fucking understanding, open-mindedness. I'm glad that someone took the time to reprogram me. Because if not, I would be saying and doing the stupidest shit because I didn't know better. No one wanted to give me that time to sit me down and say, look, this is what you are. Sorry that didn't work out for you when they brought you in the world, but here you are now. We got you. It's good. So take these books, read, and fucking get empowered and go fucking empower the world. That's your job. Man, if that would have been said a long time ago, we would be in a whole different place. Now I'm just like, man, I gotta shake off all this fucking degeneracy and this motherfucking criminal history, and bam, here you go. Take this, motherfucker. I tell you. Yeah, I'm gonna lead you. And it's good. It's like right now in my mind, I'm thinking, man, you need me. You need me, FBA. You need me. You just don't understand why you need me. But let me tell you. Because a motherfucker like me is just as empowered just to wake up and say all this. I'm not even looking at the screen right now. I'm here looking at this wall of shit I got in my room right here. I was thinking, man, I'm so glad I got re-educated. I'm so glad that I read these books. I'm so glad that I listened to certain things, because it has got me on a mindset of like, it's not a game. It's not a game. We're about to give it to you. And there's no going back. You know, people always look at me and say, well, why don't you acknowledge that your mother's side? You have to know me to know that. What is that? I've never lived that way. Really? I can't. Because I can't. You know what I mean? I just can't. Just not for me. It probably never was. You know, sadly, that doesn't mean that, you know, that the villain that brought me in the world, that's my villain, you think? However, I just couldn't live. I can't do certain things, because even in that, the most intelligent person, the most intelligent woman that I know, well-read woman that I know, didn't take the time to teach me things like that, or teach me real serious things like history or math or anything, geology, nothing. It's just wasn't available for me like that. Good to get a novel offer though. You know what I mean? Good to get they told something. Maybe she make me laugh a couple times, but cumulatively, I don't even know who she is really. So yeah, I'm glad that I've had the opportunity to just say fuck it. What I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about how I look or what it is. You're gonna listen to it because it's the right thing to do. And until somebody comes that is just as on code and just as empowered and takes my spot, this is what you have, especially in a place like Colorado, where everybody is on some old raccoon shit, mammy shit, some old, fucking weirdo stuff. Everybody, including the sisters out here that are in politics, they actually make me want to just go over there and just do cosmic slaps to everybody because it's all a game. It's all a game when you're in politics and you're black here in our state, where you can say one thing in black places, alleged black places, and then go do other shit. Go do white shit or not talk about your people or not take care of your people when you don't live for your people every goddamn day. You live for your paymasters. You live for your Democratic Party. You live for all that other shit, but you don't give a fuck about the people in your own fucking neighborhood. That's a shame. And that's sad. That's a real sad state of affairs for you. That's why we can't go places together. Like with me and motherfucking Jesse. They already know when you're in the same room. Just me and him being in the same room is already a fucking contentious issue. They have to have the police there. Because this doesn't know how to behave herself. This will tell you exactly what the fuck you are right then and there. This will not tolerate any fuckery because this can't fathom it. Can't fathom that these are the people who are so educated, so smart, and are in charge to making policies that are continuously fucking us. So yeah, that just can't, you know what I mean? It's probably why nobody asked me to speak or talk, because this is what comes out. You know what I mean? So I feel very blessed that we celebrate this every fucking year until the day we die. That we read, even if we fucking read it a million times. Brother Panic, was it Panic? Yeah, Brother Panic that died. I think it was Panic. Had taught us if you can find it, everything is found on a PDF. Every book is on a PDF. You can find it on a PDF. You're winning. Something like that. Every book I got is on a PDF. And it's because I couldn't afford it. I'm poor. But I know how to read. So there we go. There you go, Jesse.
It was my homeboy, Christian Mata, who was related to Castillo, the brother that got killed in Minnesota back in 2016, Philando Castillo. That was his cousin. But yeah, thank you, Lady Che. Shabaka's in the building. Greetings, Shabaka. Oops.
Hey.
Greetings, Shabaka. It took you long enough, Shabaka. You see my profile?
God damn, Jesse is like a fucking motorboat. Like somebody doing plumbing in your house. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Shabaka.
Yeah, all neighbors from Chicago laughing out loud.
Yeah, Shabaka. He's from Chicago. He said, named us.
You know about the women in Chicago.
He said he was born in the Shy, and I'm truly a field Negro, the same area as R. Kelly. He played basketball with my little brother neighbors. Yeah. Hey, CRU, okay, is that off the west side?
No, he's on the south side.
Okay, off of 210th, 11th, and Western. Yeah, he's way south. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, Jesse. Welcome, Shabaka. Now I can slip off into the darkness this year.
You see my profile picture, Shabaka? The Broncos made the playoffs.
Oh my God!
And they're gonna get smashed. Y'all gonna be putting the ponies back in the barn. And I told the lady to fire the goddamn coach and the whole fucking general manager. Okay, South Suburbs. Okay, I got you. Okay, CRU. I'm familiar with Halstead, Cottage Grove. Let me see. State Street, that Great Street.
Shabak is here. I'm out. We're about to be out.
Okay. All Navy's from Chicago, Great Lakes base. Yeah, Great Lake, Illinois. All Navy. Yep.
And the Bears lost, or the Bears won, and the Cowgirls lost. So today was
okay, well that's good. The Cowgirls lost. The Bears, okay, they got to rebuild the team because they fired the fucking coach, man, when the motherfucker stood there, Olympia Fields across from Chicago Heights, okay? All righty. And the Bears, they fired the coach immediately, man, when they had that game and let the clock wind down, man. They fired dude on the spot. That's what the Raiders need to do.
Well, y'all got to go for that 6th round draft pick. Good luck with that.
No, well, man, I give the Raiders about 3 seasons to rebuild it.
Well, y'all had 8 years to get it together, so good luck with that.
Yeah, well, they still need work, sir. They still need work.
So, brother,
they still need work.
You missed Law and Order star Ice-T getting pulled over by New Jersey's finest. And then we went over Dr. John Henrik Clarke. So we're just finishing up with Dr. John Henrik Clarke. We celebrated Dr. John Henrik Clarke's solo return on New Year's Day in Professor Black to us while we consider that an FBA holiday and while we honor the Grand Master Teacher for his contribution to the upliftment and empowerment of our people.
Yeah. Okay, he says he's from Lincoln Highway and Western Avenue. All my life since 5 years old, I stand on where I'm from. Okay. Okay, I'm familiar with Western Avenue there.
Yeah.
Because they also got a Western Avenue in Los Angeles.
Yeah, but Shabaka, you grew up in Chicago, like you spent your early
No,
years.
I grew up in Los Angeles.
Okay, so how long were you in Chicago before you moved to LA?
Yeah.
Shabaka,
Yep, they're in Crook County.
how long were you in Crook County before you moved to LA?
Shortly after I was born, then went back in '64 for about 8 months. Then went back to LA, went back in 1969, just right before Fred Hampton was assassinated, that I had went back to LA. And I didn't see the CHI until 1977. And got jacked up by the Chicago police twice, and them some crooked motherfuckers, boy, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Then I went back to Chicago, let me see, about 4 years ago. Went down there on Lake Michigan. Over there, saw Michigan Avenue, saw the Ebony Building and what have you. Over there by Navy Pier.
Oh, yep. Yeah, you was on Lakeshore, right?
Yeah, Lakeshore Drive takes you into downtown. But see, it's North Lakeshore Drive. Then when it gets on the south side, they turn into the Outer Drive. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
That's when it goes heading over into area, right?
Yeah, and Chicago sits off of Lake Michigan right along with Milwaukee, and I think Milwaukee is up there north. Hey, CR Royalty, I was actually born in Chi. I lived there till 3 parents moved to the burbs. Then my brother was born. I'm raised suburban, but born city. That's right. Hey, man, how far is Milwaukee from the Chi, man?
What's the next topic?
The next topic is another master teacher, Dr. Ben-Jochannan.
Okay, I could barely hear you, Brother Che. Man, is that donkey shit I'm seeing up there on your logo, man?
Go shit. And yes, we clinched the playoffs. So we're in the
and y'all gonna lose. Y'all ain't going nowhere, man, except back to the barn. Going back to the barn on GMO oats.
GMO.
Ain't going nowhere. That's for them.
No, the Raiders are in the sewer. They garbage.
But
straight trash.
We beat the Queen 30.
Don't worry. Next season we'll pick up our spirits and pirate on. We're just pirating on. Calm down, Jesse. It's all
Okay,
right.
Milwaukee is about 4 hours in Wisconsin. It's a bad place for black folks. Yeah, man, that's what I'm hearing with the outlaws is saying.
Yeah,
Out there saying it's real bad. Yeah, and then of course up there in Beer Town, they got all the breweries there for your beer. And that's also too, Brother Che, where we did that story with Dr. Barnes. Okay, Che, if you're driving, put phone on speaker mic, don't use car mic, don't crash. He's in a Google car, man.
Oh my God. No, I'm at the Black House. It's just the raggedy ass building. The internet's acting really stupid. And this fan is still on the computer.
Okay, Quad Cities. Iowa's just as bad. Man, yeah, I've driven through Iowa's CRU, man, and every other 10 miles I'm paying a fucking toll road, man, heading back westbound. I must have get a goddamn state of Iowa, man, about $100 in tolls. Fuck them.
Yep. I drove through there too. All right, so what are your thoughts on Dr. John Henrik Clarke and the contribution that he gave to the
he made excellent contribution to our people's history. Also, too, as you know, Dr. John Henrik Clarke's one of his greatest. You drive 3 miles in Chicago, it's $40. Yeah, that's about right. And then, of course, Dr. Marimba Ani, who's done excellent research on the Ma'afa, was a student of Dr. John Henrik Clarke. And as we have stated on previous presentations, that she submerged herself in the culture in West Africa for 15 years. Well, she did a lot of research.
Sure did. Anything else on all others I teach?
Yeah, that's Dr. John Henrik Clarke. He says, I only debate with my equals, all others I teach. So this is why I have certain viewpoints that I have. You see what I mean? Because, see, I talk about stuff that I've lived through, not what I read, not what I heard, but what I've lived through. See? And then I see that they pushing a movie on the internet about Fred Hampton. And it's not, bro, do you know Hakeem Mahabouti, Third World President? I met him. Yes, sir. I met him, man. I met him in Los Angeles, man. Him and his wife. About 1996, I think. Yeah. I met the brother. Yeah, Hakeem is heavy, you know. And his wife was saying way back then when she gave the lecture, and they were paying homage to Dr. John Henrik Clarke, is that our youth have got to catch up with these other groups, particularly these Asians, is because they run in circles around us. You see what I'm saying? Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not putting down the art of rhythm and poetry. Oh, okay. Haki is my step-pop's mentor. I know him now. Went to school with his son. Okay, grand niggas. And get with us, grand niggas, if you can. And please keep in touch, man, is because Blog Talk tore down their webpage, and I'm going to try to check it to see if they build it back up to see if we can start producing some final episodes, is because in 7 days, Brother Paris, we'll be done with Blog Talk.
Yeah, I logged in, Shabaka. The URL, for some odd reason, still says under maintenance. But if we log...
Oh, that's that bullshit.
If you log
see, that's that bullshit.
If you log into the account, you can still create episodes.
Let me see. Okay, let me see something here.
Oh, yeah, we appreciate you, and that's what's up. Yeah, Kwame Ture was my pop's uncle.
Okay. Yeah, I met Kwame Ture in 1974. Yep. And then, of course, once a brother or sister drops the name of the raping, slave trading pedophile, it's a great insult. to keep referring to him by that name. Ask Ernie Terrell, he'll tell you about it. Okay. And let's see, I'm on the website. It's back up. It says create an episode. All right, Brother Chase. So I'm trying to create an episode. And I'm still going through this painstaking task. Okay, we creating an episode for excuse me, for January the 7th in 2 days. You want to make it 90 minutes or 2 hours?
Oh man, you know you go like 2 hours long fucking fighting with Sarge. Stop playing.
Yeah, Sarge is crazy. Okay. All right, so what are we going to what's gonna be the topic? General conversation?
No, Shabaka. The next topic is Dr.
No,
Yosef.
for Tuesday. You talking about Tuesday?
No, I'm talking about for the blog talk.
Yeah, Tuesday.
Yeah, I guess we could do an open mic, like open mic of 2025. What are your thoughts on?
Okay, open mic 2025, short pitch, hatred of black people, these current events. Okay. All right, we are having an open mic discussion
Play the clip, Jesse, while Shabaka types.
All right, so
about
not only celebrate Dr. John Henrik Clarke, we also celebrate a rock from the dikes for Dr. Yosef Ben-Jochannan. So Professor Black Truth is going to give us an update on why we celebrate him and what his last legacy contribution to Black liberation and Black scholarship is.
Family.
This will be episode 55 of season 9.
This is the moment of truth.
See, when I talk names. No innuendo. So that you don't get no misunderstanding of who I'm said. If you're with Jesse, if I see you behind Jesse and Mandela, you're not with me.
I know that's right. That sounds like Julius Malema.
Today and tomorrow are back-to-back commemorations of arguably two of our greatest master teachers, Dr. Joseph Ben-Jochannan and Dr. John Henrik Clarke. Today is the birthday of Dr. Ben. And you know what? No matter what may be happening, I have to recognize and honor Dr. Ben. And why is that? Well, because Dr. Ben is in large part responsible for why I decided that I would begin calling out and celebrating our own holidays based on our heroes' birthdays. As Dr. Ben said, when it comes to something that's important to you, when it comes to having a holiday, you don't ask for a day, you take a day. And he was absolutely right. A Black holiday is not something given to you by Congress or a racist president like Joe Biden. Black History Month is during the shortest and coldest month of the year. That's what letting white supremacy set your holidays for you gets you. So Dr. Ben is the main person who motivated me to do this. It's empowering to gather like-minded people together and to dedicate a day to someone or something that magnifies and glorifies us. So that's why I make it a point to honor Dr. Ben as part of our Holy Days remembrances. And it's the reason you should too. When it comes to a man like Dr. Ben, there's only going to be one. And so we have to honor him. We have to lift him up, show the world what he meant to us, and to show one another what we think about a true advocate for our people. Dr. Ben didn't have any ancestors who came from the killing fields of the American South. That's true. But it's also true that he was a ferocious proponent for those of us who did. Has proven Dr. Ben right because he felt that we were going to make it. Truth be told, he saw things in us that a lot of us didn't even see in ourselves. You can truly say on a number of different levels that they just don't make him like Dr. Ben anymore. You see, Dr. Ben was from that group of African and Caribbean immigrants who came to the U.S. in the early 20th century. They came here to join the fight, not to flee from the one at home. They were the real ones. The Stokely Carmichaels, the Marcus Garveys, the Ivan Van Sertimas. You had thought leaders and warrior scholars abounding who were showing up back then, a far cry from the likes of Barack Obama's father or the flood of tethers who came streaming in since the 1960s. What would Dr. Ben think of all of these turncoats coming in here after all of the work that he put in? Well, he told you, any of these Negroes who were off code weren't with him. Dr. Ben understood that he was a black man. He didn't try to identify as some sort of immigrant or to tell you that he stood in solidarity with people who come from countries that practice anti-black racism. He made it very clear that respect was a prerequisite for dealing with him, and that if you didn't come correct, you better not come at all. So many words describe Dr. Ben: sagacious, indomitable, courageous, discerning, profound, moving, eloquent, direct, but most of all, utterly fearless. When someone from the dominant society was wrong or misrepresenting the facts, Dr. Ben didn't hesitate to check them, and it didn't matter who it was. While other people were busy scurrying away when criticized by certain groups of people, Dr. Ben stood his ground and took them on, and in the process, he ran them off. When you had situations where there were these white Muslims or white Ashkenazi Jewish leaders who try to cast aspersions on the legitimacy of black Jews like Dr. Ben, he not only proved them factually wrong, but he immediately called out the anti-black racism that so often comes from the Jewish community, and he challenged them to stop the racism in their own midst. Dr. Ben's bold, uncompromising stance and his fearless advocacy for his people cost him so much, but it speaks volumes about the man's courage. Then everybody try to find a way if they could tempt this man, try to coerce him, try to get him to get on the team. So many of these other Negroes couldn't wait to sell out, couldn't wait to become turncoats. But Dr. Ben, for him, that simply wasn't an option. If the only way that Dr. Ben could get paid was to tell lies, then he would much rather, if having to swallow white supremacy's lies was the cost of getting one's daily bread, then it would be better to starve. There's simply no substitute for moral courage. The bootlicks you see on white media, TV, and print, they would never do what Dr. Ben did because their jobs depend on them not rocking the boat. Well, Dr. Ben didn't just rock the boat, he blew holes in it and sank it out at sea. Men like Dr. Ben and Dr. Clarke, they took the hard-nosed approach to power. If something does not serve your interest, then you're supposed to dump it. No questions asked. That's the kind of courage and fortitude that it took to break the mental shackles off of our people, at least some of us. And we had better rediscover and internalize that kind of mettle if we want to preserve ourselves. I've often told you that what people consider to be history is usually whatever they've been taught the most often, whatever they've heard the most often. That's what usually passes into popular knowledge as history. For the first 60 or so years after the end of chattel slavery, these white supremacists didn't allow for slavery to be taught in schools. This was their attempt to memory hold the issue, the first major attempt at erasing the greatest crime in human history. And it almost worked. A lot of people considered slavery to be a minor footnote at the turn of the 20th century. That is, until black people began demanding that the pages white supremacy tore out of the history books be put right back in there. And just to make sure people remembered it, we began telling it every chance we got. And that's where you get things like the 1619 Project, which was the leading issue that caused these little racists like Ron DeSantis to lose what passes for their minds and start banning the history books. You see, when you talk about American history, you have to mention slavery because we made sure it was mentioned. We didn't take an opinion poll on the subject. We didn't ask permission. A free man or a free woman doesn't ask anyone if it's okay. From time to time, you might have to use some dirty words too. That's just a fact. Among Black people who understand what's in our interest and also who understand what's worth remembering and cherishing, these days are special to us because we have chosen to declare them special. If you have any of Dr. Ben's books, take some time to review his words. Many of his lectures are available to watch on YouTube. You'd be doing yourself a favor by listening to Dr. Ben in his own words. See, every generation has some down for the struggle brothers and sisters who have the courage to speak up and say what's been on the tip of everyone's tongues. And when these brave souls do speak up, there's always a rump contingent of sorry sellouts telling them to stop. Dr. Ben talked about these people all the time, these recalcitrants. When you have these Black radical thinkers come along, there's always some go along to get along Negroes who tell them that they're gonna ruin it for everyone. And of course, the bootlicks who say this kind of cowardly gibberish are only thinking about themselves. When they say everyone, they just mean them. No matter what era it is, the true freedom fighters get mocked and ridiculed. Do you think you're some sort of radical? That's one that often gets lobbed at Black people who speak up for our empowerment. And there's nothing new about it. They do it to us, and they did it to Dr. Ben as well. And the way to handle that is not to argue with them, but to intensify our efforts. You had people like Big Bird and his pals out there for decades pretending to be advocating for reparations. But when the Black grassroots got out here and moved the ball forward, you had these clowns like N Cobra and others calling themselves criticizing us. They dang sure weren't standing with us. These phony organizations are tools of white supremacy. As we grow stronger, they get weaker. And mark my words, before it's all said and done, these bootlicks and shills and sellouts will be left in the ash heap of history, never to be mentioned again. You can't remember the chumps who called themselves assailing Dr. Ben's character or his work. Anyone remember any of those clowns? No. But we still remember Dr. Ben. And because of the fact we got our heads on straight, we make it a point to always remember him. We want to make certain that we never forget this man. Everyone knows full well the obstacles and forces of opposition that we face. Everyone knows we're owed reparations. They've basically defanged you. You literally won't even think about opposing them. And if you've been so defeated and broken that you can't even think about opposing your oppressor, then you're kidding no one but yourself if you try to claim that you'll actually do it. Speaking and acting for ourselves. That's what self-determination is all about. That's what Black empowerment is all about. We're not going to let any sellout shills and bootlicks call themselves speaking for us. That's why reparations has been so important as an issue. The Black grassroots pushed for it, and more progress has been made on this issue in the last few years than in the last 150 years combined. The Black grassroots put reparations on the map and made it a political issue. People of conscience know that the truth can't just be the truth. It must also be told. And that's why we have to make it a point to honor and remember our heroes, not merely at home, but in the public square. But teach about who it is who spoke up for us and stood up for us. No matter what the dominant society may be doing, how they try to ignore our accomplishments and our icons, there is no excuse for why our heroes should not be mentioned and taught about in every single Black home and in every single Black mind. Understand that. If you don't treat your icons like they deserve to be honored, then why should anyone else? And if you don't have individuals who come from your ranks,
Luke will say that we say
you put on a pedestal, what that means is you're basically telling the world that nobody from your group really did anything. They didn't really stand for anything. Well, in our case, we would be in reality that kind of lie.
What did I miss?
Especially when you're.
I'm sorry, like Luther Campbell. He be on Twitter showing girls. I
know about Luke.
And it's like everybody that's foreign is not a tether.
Some of his words, let them comfort, encourage, and embolden.
I go front. I made that.
Like Luke will say Malcolm is a tether, and it's like what? No, he's on code.
Malcolm was born in Omaha, Nebraska.
Tether is half FBI. No, but he'll say anybody. Like, Malcolm is half FBA, half foreign, right? But being foreign don't make you a tether.
That's what
being a foreign coon makes you a tether.
No.
How was Malcolm half foreign?
No, because his mama is from the islands.
Yeah, his mama's from the islands.
Yeah, from Grenada.
We salute Dr. Joseph Ben-Jochannan. We cherish his memory, we honor his legacy, and we rededicate ourselves to living out the values.
Yeah, his father was FBA all day.
Yeah, no, I get that part.
You only need one FBA parent.
I know, I get that part.
But no, Luke will say. What
you said, what Tariq was saying was that his actions were in the realms of tethering. You know what I mean? That's what he was talking about that one time.
Like you have to be a coon to be a tether.
Fact.
You got to be a foreign coon to be a tether.
When he's shilling for fucking
Kamala and them.
Yeah. But what the tragedy is, and I think this is what you're trying to say, is that he was doing all kind of other shit for the Black community, but we would never know that because they never told us that. They never ever tried to share that shit with us. So when they did this little documentary, they were showing all this good shit he was doing at the end for the motherfucking Black community in his area or whatever. And we would never know because he's always doing some fuck shit, or we only get to see the fuck shit.
Right.
So that's why we had this ugly ass idea about him. You dig? Because they never showed him the good shit. They never showed any of the good shit. It's really stupid. It's really bad too when you think about it. Because that means we've been programmed to see nothing but negative shit about motherfuckers instead of any of their positive works. So when they finally do a documentary of positive works, you think it's gonna be on some bullshit, and all of a sudden it's awesome.
But thank the Yasa bosses for it. Just say that's why
that's what I was talking about with Diddy. That's what I was talking about with Diddy. Everybody's like, man, we can't go with that. There's this one motherfucking podcast changed my whole fucking idea, whole thought process. And I wouldn't have never heard it unless I was listening to it on just shit. This one podcast, and he was listening to some other shit that just happened to come through. I'm like, God damn, man. Like, never would have known that there's some on-code shit going on. We're only programmed to look at degeneracy and shit. That's all it is. It's really sad. I think that's where you're going with that. Go ahead, Ray. Finish your statement.
Oh no, you finished it for me. Like you're on point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like your point was, crew. He was not a damn tether. He was a writer, and we celebrate the writers of the diaspora. The Pan-Africanists think we're separating ourselves from Africa. No, we're just acknowledging our ethnogenesis that occurred here.
Yeah, but we don't celebrate.
Okay, but Brother Che, is that I've done over the years to piss off white supremacists, man. That's the way you got to keep it up in their face like a left jab in boxing with them being raping, slave trading pedophiles, which the fuck they were.
Yeah, it's going, Shabaka. That's being done right now. We're trying to show you, and those that's tuning in, it's already being done, and we're continuing on. The torch has been passed on to us. We're bridging the gap. We're bridging the gap.
I'm with you, Jesse. Like, look. Hey, bro, Shabaka, have you seen how many videos been on YouTube just talking about like the Fat Joe, the FBA, and stuff like that?
Oh yeah, yes sir.
Like this is like it's like I'm putting my headphones in there, but like it's been really heavy, like really heavy. I ain't never seen this. Like even last year, the election. Even the other election, you get me?
Right.
Like we were heavy, and they were talking about we were rushing bots and shit. You remember that, Jesse?
Yeah.
You remember that seduction like way back in the other election when we rejected Kamala the first time?
Right.
But now they're really recognizing us. They're calling us out on the CNN, on Fox News and shit. Even Ann Coulter, that white supremacist bitch,
man,
is damn near our
brother,
best ally.
glad
She's calling this shit out. Did you see what Ann Coulter been saying?
No, sir, enlighten me because I'm pissed off with Ann Coulter.
She said FBA. She said FBA. Like she's an entire white supremacist, right?
Oh,
entire,
totally.
Right? You know, Ann Coulter. She's an entire white supremacist. I know
exactly who you're talking about. Yes, sir.
And she said FBA.
Yeah, go ahead.
She said the same thing we were saying. Well, pay the FBA. You ain't got to pay the rest of these motherfuckers. They just black, but they're not black. We're the only real black people. Just pay these people that we owe and be done with it. And we're like, yes, I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
Cut that check. We don't give a fuck who does it.
Cut the check, and we'll sort the rest out.
Yeah. Just cut the
Give me the check, and we'll sort the rest out. You got a pen? Sign that bitch. We at the bank. Sign that shit.
Just sign it.
We'll sort it. We'll sort the rest of these black people out.
Our own black business. Thank you very much, bitch.
Right. Thank you,
brother. I can't do it. Yeah, I can't do it. Brother.
Okay. Hey, thank you, and continue. Carry on.
Thank you.
Okay, and what's the brother Ray?
I'm finna order my Uber Black right now.
Right, exactly. I'm over here like I'm about to Uber myself a meal, and I'm like, oh no, they only take.
Look. I'll holler at the Trinis later. I'll holler at the Jamaicans later. They can holler at me. They can wait in my hotel room while I'm spending this $150 million.
Yeah, they can watch
the FBA is owed.
Right. Oh, yeah. It's not with you, Jamaica.
Oh, they said it was 350 bands at first. Bro, they said it was bros and sister. They said it was 350 bands at first. Mm-hmm. And then now they talking about it's 150 million.
Right.
It's over with. It's over with. We done started it. We done started some shit and we gonna finish it.
Right. And we are a slow, steady cook right now.
Hell yeah.
You think you funny, California?
Yeah, 350.
Just keep in mind, motherfuckers are real serious about this. Cut the check.
1 million.
And then also too, Brother Ray. Me and Brother Paris, man, before the pandemic hit, man, we was gonna rendezvous, man, in Berkeley, California, because Ann Coulter was scheduled to speak, right? And I was gonna do a live feed of cussing that raggedy ass bitch out. Now what she did that really pissed me off, she boarded a flight, man, on the East Coast, and she got off the flight because the whole pilot, co-pilot, the navigator, and what have you, they were all black women, and all these black women were combat veterans in the Air Force. So if any damn thing, man, shit, that's who I would want to be flying the damn plane, you know what I'm saying? And we was gonna give her the business, you know, but then this scandemic, pandemic, or whatever business hit. So of course, you know, that scrub that. And then they planning some more of this bullshit with this damn chicken shit. You see what I mean? Newsom is out. You're already trying to put it in line in California.
You know, I'm going to tell a military joke. I ain't never been in the military, but I'm going to tell a military joke.
Yeah.
Combat veterans in the Air Force. My cousin just joined the Air Force, and he going to even laugh at that. Combat in the Air Force? Air Force? Nah, you know, they tell them jokes. All of them, thank you for their service.
Action.
You know what I mean? But yeah, combat in the Air Force? What, keyboard warrior?
No, they wasn't keyboard warriors. You know,
no, I know. Cause like I know. Yeah. My cousin just joined last March. He had been in the Army, but he just joined.
Army takes anybody.
Air Force is under the Army.
Yeah.
Air Force under the Army.
Yeah, because the Air Force originated as the Army Air Corps during World War II, where you had the brother Colonel Benjamin.
What's the biggest branch, bro?
I would say the biggest branch would be the Army.
No.
Or the Navy.
No. Yeah, it's the Navy.
Yeah,
your best pilots is in the Navy. The Navy got an Air Force bigger than the Air Force.
Yes.
Damn.
My grandfather was in the Navy. Power to him, Pete. George. Wozy, we lost him like a year ago. Still grieving his loss.
May rest in power.
Yeah, I lost a nephew a couple years ago.
Yeah, my grandfather.
Condolences to you, brother.
He gave them over 20 years of his life.
All right, then his descendants need to be picking up some benefits, man, for education, homeowner loans.
Right, but that's what we need to get, like, because remember, they didn't give us, so my grandfather on my mama's side and my so my grandfather on my mama's side, World War II, right?
Yeah.
Right.
My great granddaddy on my daddy's side is World War I.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, didn't never get no damn GI Bill or nothing. I
Same
gotta
here.
work
No,
for a
that's
house
so fucked up.
like us broke ass niggas.
Yeah,
You get me?
same here.
Damn.
White folks got their house. They got their land.
Yep.
I didn't
Yep.
get none of that.
Yep.
Like I should be straight.
That's how
I'm
they.
smart enough. Like I'm dumb smart enough. I went through college for 8 years, ain't got no degree. But damn it, even if I had a degree, these white folks still have more money than us.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Why?
It's
Because they got them houses from the GI Bill and all of that.
Right. Generational wealth, and you got to have for the 4 factors of production: land, labor, capital, risk management, and wait a minute, land, labor.
The only thing
capital,
that I
and
think we
risk
can do
management.
is the best thing we can do is make sure we keep life insurance payments and hold these damn life insurance companies, because that's how we'll get a
Right.
I keep a $350,000, $500,000 life insurance on me. Period.
Right.
You get me? And you know it cancel if you whack yourself. So I definitely ain't whacking myself. You get me? I definitely ain't robbing no bank or nothing like that, because it'll cancel like that. So
Yeah,
you
and you
just
know
gotta
they
live
call
your
that in
life,
California.
and then if somebody do something stupid to you, it happens. But I'm
Now you-
saying, even though I'm working, trying to get a house, whatever happens to me, my daughter's gonna get rich.
That's right. And then also too, like they have in Los Angeles County, your old brother Che, we talked about that a few years ago. This shit they call suicide by cop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now you know how what they would do, brother Ray, with suicide
Hey,
by
brother,
cop. Right?
hey, look, Shabaka,
Yeah.
I can just tell you
Yes, sir.
about this from Christmas.
Yeah.
I want to go into it. My little cousin, he died. They served a warrant. It was bad.
Oh man.
And that's all I'm gonna say. But like you just was saying,
Whoa, condolences, brother.
you understand me?
Yeah, definitely. Shabaka,
Bad.
What's the next topic?
On Dr. Ben. Is everybody done on Dr. Ben? Can I move on?
Okay, Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben was heavy, definitely an elder scholar, you know what I'm saying? And works like Dr. Ben, Ivan V. Sertima, John Henry Clarke, the other brother, Dr. Amos Wilson, say we should be setting up our own libraries and archives for that shit. Fuck AI, fuck Silicon Game Valley and all that shit, because they're going to put that gay shit in there. You see what I'm saying? Now, like I had a motherfucker tell me, and I found out, one of the dudes that marched with Dr. King by the name of Bayard Rustin, you know, he was a fancy fella, you know, and he got picked up in Pasadena, California about the early 1950s, sucking another man's Johnson, man, in the park.
Bayard was one of them alphabet people. He was still on code.
Yes,
I think.
James Baldwin was alphabetizer too.
Yeah, but he was on code, right? He didn't lead with the alphabet, right?
No, James
he led
Baldwin
with
was there.
Black first, right?
Yes, sir, that he did. And then another brother, man, you know, who we just lost recently was the one and only. When I say recently, in the last couple of years, was the one and only Dick Gregory.
Yes, he was in the Hidden Colors series too. Shout out to Tariq Nasheed. He paid for Dr. Ben's funeral and several other
Tariq Nasheed did.
Yep.
Now,
Dr.
Dr.
Ben
Wilson
died,
was
Tyreek be doing real good work like this. You know how people ask us, what are you doing for the community? Like Tyreek paid for Dr. Ben Sebi funeral.
Ben
That's
and
the shit
Sebi.
that, you know what I mean?
And Dr. Chris Wilson, because they all died broke. That's a shame.
Right, and he paid for it. Tyreek paid for it.
Mm-hmm.
You get me? Folk forget that Trump paid for Jesse Jackson shit. His whole presidential run.
Yeah, I was told when I was growing up, my sister used to say, my sister from Lake Charles, my sister said, real niggas do real nigga shit, right? And so that right there was some real shit.
Family and fellow soldiers.
I felt like they always pocket chasing, dick riding, you know, always got something to say about Tariq, right? But Tariq is giving us shit just like them. He's giving us buildings, he's giving us books to read, he's giving us direction, ideas of what, to really make this a thing, to really make this an independent situation of delineation, like an actual, like a focus.
Like
We
all
didn't
he
have
giving
to,
you, he give
we
us
have
the
to
points
read,
to look at,
right,
sister. He give us the points to look at. He give us the books to read, the Claude Andersons, the this, that. You ain't got to believe me. Just read.
Just read.
And then the code will be the leader once you read.
Code be the leader, right? And not only that, but like that, I used to think about when I used to think before the building, the history museum, when he was doing the plugging for the history museum. Excuse me. Yeah, he was raising money for it, right? I used to think, I was like, God damn, man, that man is the plug, man. Like, he plug his shit heavy, right? And I used to think to myself and giggle, right? I was like, God damn, it just rack up. And he would leave it there so you could see it. What kind of crazy ass background is that shit on? Take that shit down. Like, that shit is weird. Why is it on there? Oh, you using a green screen background? Oh, you showing the book. Yeah. So I'm like, he really plug his shit, but he gives us and giving us stuff like holidays during I said Artusi. I can't say. I got a little accent. I speak like 5 languages I've traveled. So Artusi, right? During that holiday that is now like formulated for us now, ours, right? Like really ours, been ours, right? That right there was thank you, Tariq, a thank you gift. You know what I mean? I ain't turning on the camera to show books because all my books is packed, and I go to Jesse's house to read. Or the actual computer. Man, you see how many motherfucking PDFs I got on here. It's ridiculous. So real shit. I used to think that everybody watching Tariq is like, God damn, man, can you get out this man's pockets? Can you get out his face? Can you get out his... They always got something to say. They always got to act like he, which probably is the worst shit for us if you think about it, because he's funny and he's telling, he keeping everything on the straight. You know what I mean? I really am fucking disturbed by all the pocket watching. It's like they always got something to say about what he's doing, but they ain't really doing shit. You see the motherfuckers that grift and got shit to say about Tariq, but they never are doing anything for the fucking community. They don't give us no books. They don't give us no nothing. Even if he's clowning on certain individuals like Dane and Calloway or whatever, right? Even things like that. It's not as much as him. He's given us a lot and he's pointing us in the right direction. I feel like they're always going to be picking on him because, even if he goes and does, like sometimes you might see him on a main media outlet or whatever, and we kind of veer from those things. He's really, like, you see him really putting in the work. He stays consistent. He never backtracks off of the FBA, Freeman, agenda, ideas, whatever you want to say. I don't mean to say agenda, but off the delineation.
You're correct. You're correct saying agenda.
Yeah, agenda. Because
no, it is agenda. It's about us.
Yeah, exactly. So I was like, I didn't want to make the wrong mistake because we are a message boosting over here. But I just want to say this, that I find it very, very...
Need that book, Jesse.
I find it very oppish. Oh yeah, you got me that for like two holidays ago, or last holiday, 2 holidays. I don't know. We both got one. I've read it. Yeah, too. I was right. I read it. Like the first week, got it. I'm a speed reader. I can't do it. He offered that to me the other day when I was like, "Can I interest you in a read of?" I was like, last time I was there, it's like, you fool. I read. Don't you remember you gave one? But he always giving us shit. Look, who the fuck offers us deodorant? You dig? He got all kind of shit going on. But and the latest thing, which caused the most problems, was the motherfucking documentary. Right? They so upset about the motherfucking documentary. They big mad. They all in they fucking pussy about this shit. Right? All in it. They're like, oh, the shit just leaking out. You know what I mean? They're so fucking in their bag about this. It's like, look, hip hop is a serious thing, and it's an FBA fucking thing that we're upset. Yeah, we're not even upset. We just want you to put some fucking respect on everything. Everything's so fucking disrespectful. These clowns on everything, like he's defense. The defense.
Sorry, sister. You know our YouTube sister, this Blacc.
Yeah, I can dig
Remember our sister that made this book, this Blacc?
Mm-hmm.
Jesse, I think you was there with me back in the day. You know our sister that be talking about the whales and shit?
Yeah, I ain't heard about her in a minute. Is she still around?
Right. You remember, but like 5 years ago, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, like this girl, she wrote this book, this Blacc.
Yeah, that book looks very familiar.
She's still on YouTube and shit, talking about the whales in the oceans and shit.
Okay.
Like this the first book I bought off a YouTuber.
Word.
And then after that, it was Tariq and everybody else.
Man, like when he put that race baiter book out there. Oh my God, you would have thought they would have. You would have thought they were out in their fucking pussy then. You didn't put everything out, and these motherfuckers just leaking feelings, just leaking fucking serious, sad girl feelings that they all in they shit. They're real emo about this. I'm like, get out your fucking purse, cuz you just deal with it. Stop.
This what started it all. That's what started it all.
Yeah,
that's what started it all back in '97. That's what got me here with y'all.
Yeah,
this is what started it all.
And I'm like, dude. With that being said, with what we're talking about with Professor Black Truth, right here, this man, I was like, again, like I go back to Dr. Henrik Clarke. I was living like the things he says without even knowing it. I was living it as part of my moral code, my moral compass code. Everybody got a moral code of compass or more. I say, brother, moral compass, right? Where we come in the world with, right? These are things that you just naturally have, and if somebody tells you about it when you're little, you know, these are the things you should live by, right? And when we was growing up,
I'm with you. Like
brother.
my moral compass, like you said. I roll with gangsters, and we just don't stomp people out. Like we'll beat them, but we won't stop them out.
Right.
Like,
hold on, brother.
That's the moral compass.
Before I lose my thought. Hold on one second. Yeah, like when me and my little brother were growing up, you know, we were taught a simple few things. You know what I mean? Some of them, you know, if you ask me and my brother, some of them would be like, my brothers feel like, you know, it was like this. And I would feel like some of those things they stuck in me and I lived by them because I had to separate from my family, right? And live a whole nother life. But when however, when I got out into the world, because of the situation I was put in, all these things that this man had taught, I was already living them and didn't even know it. And so there's sometimes you'll hear me say certain things like, man, you either with me or against me. You know what I mean? And I mean it, right? But it'll become because of something because of that man, something I had remembered or just naturally knew. You know what I mean? Or naturally heard or naturally put into my moral code. You know, there's certain things I just will not do. I can't do because I just have this compass of myself. That's how I have to live. Just to keep me from being a complete and total degenerate. You know what I mean?
Hey, sister. I have to agree with you.
Mm-hmm.
Because, all right.
Go ahead, Ray, I'm done.
I'm not I was born in Chicago. I'm from the burbs, right? So I ain't no gangster or nothing, right? But I got guns. I've killed a person before. You know what I mean? Court case and all that sort of that. Like, it's bad. Do you understand me? Like, it's bad. Like, fighting shouldn't be a thing.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, fighting shouldn't be a thing. We should be able to sort it out. But, man, it's really Nat Geo in real life for humans. It's like that. Like, and it's not us doing it. No. It's not us.
It's all by design. And you know what? We never known people like me that have to live like this. You know, especially with it's one thing to be black in America. It's another thing to be this way in America, right? Because you have to live two serious fucking. You got to be in control of both things, right? It's really heavy. So I think like this, like, man, if it was like for real, we were living this fucking trap.
Hey, fix your mic, sis. What's hey, or is that Tay? The mic.
Let's go on mute for a quick second. Just 1 second. I'm almost done. What I'm saying is that if I would have known all the shit that I know now, I would have totally played this differently in my life.
I get
the
you.
long game. When you think about people who play the long game, or like me, I'm a strategist.
That's what they say the white folks do. They take the long joke.
They play the long game.
Oh, yeah, you got a job at this hospital. You going to get fired in 2 years. You think you're going to get management. It's not going to happen.
They set us up for
No, that's why you build the business.
Yeah, they want to.
That's exactly what they do.
They want to fuck us in any way, shape, or form. But what I'm saying to you is that, like, if I would have known now, like with the facts that I play strategically, everything in my mind, I think that's the Aries thing. Everything has a way out.
I'm Aries, April 10th.
I'm in strategy mode and survival mode all the time. If I would have known that this is the way it was gonna motherfucking be, I would have really tightened up my skill sets, because I don't like now what I now know consciously has been happening for the last 44 motherfucking years of my life. Can you imagine the elders or anybody who's still alive who's had to witness this?
Yeah, you might.
You dig? It is fucking horrible. Ugly fucking experience, because this is planned. This is like for real. Like they really, like this is a real life. Whatever demon thought this shit up, and we've been living this shit. They've been laughing and playing.
Hey, Jesse, you got a real crazy woman that should be by your side. I'm talking about she on point. You better keep her.
Oh, thank you.
No, like it's a compliment. Really, it's a compliment.
Are you talking about Jesse? No, man,
Yeah, I said Jesse got a crazy woman that's on point, and he needs to keep her. Like I'm telling you, like that's a compliment to you, Seduction. Like really, you on point. I like what you.
I'm dumb as hell. I'm like super smart. No, there's real shit though. Really, think about it. If we're people for a person that's long, that like Jason Blacc always says, in order you got to see the future, you got to be able to know what's about to happen, right? If I would have known now, I would have really tightened up my strategic gameplay. But now I'm like,
but we can't go to the past no more.
Yep, everything.
So what you do, like what you gonna do? I'm talking about like use that mind and help your boy Shay.
No,
Jesse. You get me? Like I'm talking about like use that mind for that. Like I swear to God. Look, hey Jesse. I'm telling you, bro, you have a great girl, and I'm saying that girl, please help Jesse.
Oh man,
that's the best thing that can.
He is on my time now. Like the next election come up, I'm gonna run something stupid over here. Just to fuck around and get my feet wet. But
Jesse, Seduction is gonna be your Michelle.
Yep.
That's gonna get you in there, and then she gonna run for president too. So you better make sure you got a hold on her.
From the bottom, sir.
You get me?
From city council.
I hear you. So
to be the man of the city. I'm like the lady of Aurora. You get it?
Hey, look, Jesse. Hey, Jesse.
Do you hear?
And Seduction. Hey, Jesse, Seduction. So, like I'm just talking like what I see in the future. You might say I'm nuts or whatever.
Yeah,
I'm saying, Jesse, you got a good woman behind you. You can run for office and everything. Yeah. You'll win it. She might get the office after. Like y'all might do what the Obamas thought they was finna do.
Yeah.
You understand me?
Yeah.
And then our other brother,
Crew.
That was a grand plan. You know, if you would talk about it, like the difference is that, like you got two different.
I shouldn't have said it out loud.
And I check this out. I told her that because I'm always about Black power couples, right? Like this, forget the fact that I was so fair, but honestly, look at Black power couples, and there are not very many out there, right? But when you see them and you see how empowering they are, you're like, God damn, man! And they look happy, right? But then when you see like with us, we always on some fucking mission. It seemed like, and I told him that. Look, I gave him already 4 years of free time. Like, no, I want to do other shit. I want to change it, right? But we're two separate. That's a Capricorn.
But y'all still one.
I'm motherfucking in.
Run for president.
I'm like fucking fire all day. You can't control it. You dig? But I think that you're right. It's not on me though. It's not on me. You know what I mean? I can only do so much. I did 2 campaigns already.
Right. So we got to
for the third
order of the night before she passes out, and that is Dr. Chancellor Williams. So Professor Blacc is going to give us an update on. Also, master teacher of ours, Dr. Chancellor Williams.
I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Last week was the birthday of Dr. Chancellor Williams. In fact, it was the birthday of Dr. Williams, Dr. Ben, and Dr. Clarke, who were all lifelong friends, and their birth dates being so close together that prompted me to first declare that this ought to be our holy day season. From mid-December until at least mid-January, you've got a number of birthdays for a lot of our luminaries, from Dr. Chancellor
he said
to
all
Dr.
their birthdays
Clarke,
was
to
together.
Khalid Muhammad to
like
Dr.
they
King,
kicked it together.
all in less than a 30-day period. Now, when I see something like that happen, I can't help but think the ancestors must have been working overtime because they're trying to tell us something. These are people who are important to us, our icons, who stood for our empowerment and our interest. So I think it's an imperative that we must honor them and make it a point to do so. You don't ask permission to honor what's in your interest. You just go ahead and do it. Now, to be sure, I don't want to stick to some hard and fast time limit when it comes to honoring our heroes and sheroes. Malcolm X Day is in May, after all, but to me, there's something significant about turning our backs on their holiday season and embracing our own. It's about self-determination, not about asking for permission, and to me, that's important, and it should be important to you too. Now, with everything that's been going on this year, particularly the presidential election, we haven't been quite as laser focused on our holy day observations as we normally would in the past. That's what happens during a major election cycle. And because of the fact that we've been focusing so much energy in keeping ourselves on code and on point. But even so, we have to make sure that honoring our icons and our grandmaster teachers is a duty that isn't neglected. And that's why I think we're going to go ahead and make up for some lost time by starting with Dr. Chancellor Williams. Now, he's known for a lot of things, but obviously the most important thing that he's known for is his seminal work, The Destruction of African Civilization. Now, for those who may be new
that part
here, I think a little bit of explanation.
Hold on, what you mean that part? Run that back and then say that part again, please.
Okay,
please,
yes, sir.
Explain it to me.
Might be in order.
Yes, sir. Okay, I don't place no value on no Greek fuckboys whatsoever. Alexander the Barbarian, other nasty, stinking ass savages like them Romans and shit like that. Fuck them, because they went to Kemet and stole shit. You see what I mean? And
so I agree with you. You know, I'm Jack and Jill, bro. Shabaka. Like I was raised Jack and Jill, like I was raised like Boule. I told you what I said, right?
For them to indulge this denial,
and it's still fucked up. That's why I got out this shit. You know what I mean? Like it's bogus. Like what? Why I'm gonna go to a black school and do some Greek shit?
Yeah, see,
I went to Johnson C. Smith. In North Carolina, like I'm not doing that shit. I left that
just
shit.
Like, and then to prove your point even further, Ray, you remember the movie called School Days? What's the brother's name?
Oh man, that's the movie I used to get high to.
Yeah, Big Brother Almighty. And the part that really killed me, man, and each time I see him saying that, man, I fall out laughing when he says, "Man, I am a Greek." And I just shake my motherfucking head, man. So you might as well go up there and show the
I ain't doing that. The dancing girls are good. Our dancing girls are great.
Oh yeah.
But I'm not finna bro. Like I play piano, right? The band leader came and rubbed my shoulder, talking about I'll give you from a C to an A. I said, well, you gonna give me an A right now, or I'm gonna tell on you. And I just left it like that. Like, bro, like you ain't gonna do that. You tried me, now I'm gonna get you. What you mean? You gonna give me an A right now?
Brother.
Period. Otherwise, I'm gonna tell on your bitch ass. You just rub my shoulders. What you mean? Oh my God! Like, bro, they tried me. Like, this is what they try to do for the boule. I'm not doing the boule shit, though. I swear to God, I was raised boule. I ain't going.
He's like, I'm telling.
And then,
I'm finna go report you. What you touching my shoulder for?
Yeah.
Talking about a C to an A. What you talking about? Man, hey, look.
Yeah.
Hey.
Damn.
Touch my shoulder.
Hey, what are you talking about? Listen, like I've been abused. You get me? Like the girls say they've been abused. I like literally. Don't take this as a joke. Like I've been abused, right?
That's right. That's
So
right.
fuck that.
That's right.
Give me an A.
Because the way you
Give
said
me
it.
an A. And ain't shit happening in my music class. Give me an A. You talking about nigga? No, give me an A right now.
Right now.
Right now. I'm graduated with honors. What you talking about? You just touched me.
That's right. What did you do?
Where'd you graduate from, Ray?
I was at, I'll tell you, it was Johnson C. Smith University in Charlotte, North Carolina.
There you go.
Duncan C. Gray, the band leader.
Okay.
Look him up. He got some shit. He got some shit on him.
Did you get an A?
Damn.
I didn't do the whole Diddy shit, but nigga, bro. No, I'm saying that this is what be happening.
Yeah, I know.
Oh,
like I'm saying, I was abused. I was abused.
I get
But
it.
I ain't do like these damn chicks and shit. Like I was actually going to college, trying to do some shit.
Yeah.
But this is what the HBCUs do. I ain't trying to tell on the HBCUs, but this is how the HBCUs are.
I dig it, man. I feel like
It's
you're
fucked up.
shit.
No air conditioning, no nothing. And you got a bunch of Chinese teachers. It's bogus.
No, man.
We covered them.
Chinese teachers.
We've covered them over here.
The band director rubbing my shoulders, talking about, hey, you want to get an A? You want to get a B? I said, no, I want to get an A. Because why are you touching me? Guess what? I got an A.
Brother, you could have used physical force, man, to defend yourself.
Right.
Because
No, I just said I want to get an A.
battery.
I just said, let me get an A. Because you know, he knows that me and my people be fucking people up out there. In Charlotte. We would, like, you know how you go out of town and then you go to a HBCU, right? But then you don't know the regular hood that the HBCU is in.
Right.
Right. But then we'll find our people, you know what I mean? So it'd be people from Chicago, people from South Carolina, whatever, right? So we'll form our freshman class, right? So we'll go walk down to the street as us.
Yeah.
You get me? So you ain't really finna fuck with us.
Right.
The locals will try to fuck with us, but they ain't know it was a Chicago nigga guiding everybody down the street. Like, watch everything. Man, it's bad. It would, like, I've been abused, so I know how to not get abused. So I was teaching everybody not to get abused. So we watching.
That's what we need. That's what we need, right?
Like, so we
I'm
watching.
sorry to hear that, man.
Like, we were going to the on Beatty's Ford Road and shit. Like, we could walk down there because I'm telling everybody there's suburban shit, but I'm telling them like how I grew up in Chicago, and it's like, okay, watch this, and we like 5 deep. So none of them damn North Carolina folk could fuck with us.
Yeah.
Right.
Cause we deep enough.
Right.
You ain't gonna finna jump out the bushes.
Right.
Nigga, y'all only got 3 of y'all. It's 5 of us, and we know what we doing.
Right.
Yeah.
The mindset is set. Yeah.
But the teachers at the HBC are
Yeah, it is.
fucked up.
We'll have to talk about this when I get on the RVA. Go ahead, Jesse, play your shit.
Like, I'm talking about, like, I'm in the room with the teacher and this motherfucker start rubbing my shoulders. Talking about, I give you, you gotta see, I give you a B. I say, you finna give me an A. You touch me. What you talking about?
Yeah.
You give me an A right now. Well, I tell on you.
Damn.
Stop it.
See, that's why, man, when young men come up, okay, like, well, how I would say about 6 all the way up to about 18,
they
they need
be
to be
engaged
taking some
preachers.
type of, man. Oh, man. That's why
You know the
Doug
church
knew
folk.
every
You
Detroit
know the church
kid.
folk, the praise leader at the church.
Yeah, and you know, knew
Hey,
every
this
Detroit.
motherfucker touched my shoulders talking about, oh, I give you a B. I said, you finna give me an A right now because you touched me. Fuck are you talking about? You know, like, who do you, like, stop playing with me.
Yeah, that's that Eurocentric shit. And then too, Brother Ray, if you pull up some of our past episodes, you see I go in on that shit. And what I mean by that is this. And you know, Brother Che was Sarge a stupid ass. You know what I'm saying? And, and then because see, an African
that would be the tethers.
Hey, would
Now,
y'all give
Dr.
me a
Chancellor
second?
Williams
I'm going to
examined
listen
in
to y'all,
depth
but I
what
got to
went
go
wrong
outside
in
and smoke.
Africa. And as we all
go ahead.
foreign invaders,
If y'all give me a
Go
second.
ahead, Jesse.
now,
Go ahead.
scholars
Yeah, go
of
ahead.
all stripes, at least the ones who have honestly studied Africa, disagree on many things, but one thing they all agree on is that none of the dregs of Europe or Asia could have ever gotten a foothold in Africa without the Africans having allowed it. There's always a strong element of complicity whenever it comes to outside invaders subverting you. From the Hyksos to the Chinese, every influx of foreigners was not so much a hostile takeover as it was some Africans who threw open the gates for them. Usually, whenever you find these invaders showing up, be they from Asia or Europe, there would always be a few turncoat recalcitrant Negroes in tow. That's a sad fact, but it is a fact. You always had a few fools who thought themselves too clever by half and thought that they were going to gain the upper hand over everybody else, and they were only too willing to make a deal with the devil. And we saw this happen across the board. And we also saw this happen with Islam. You had some folks who thought that by looking up to foreigners as the authority on a religion that the Africans themselves were instrumental in creating and helping to preserve, they thought that they were going to gain esteem in these foreigners' eyes. And instead, all that happened was they made themselves easy prey. And as a result, you had Africans who let the Arabs condition them to think that they were their friends, when in reality, they were making them into puppets who the Arabs sent back into Africa as the enemies of Africa. And they've been sowing the seeds of dysfunction and discord ever since. Remember, the Arabs began enslaving the Africans long before the Europeans ever got around to it. And that's a fact. If you want to try to lionize Islam, you can go ahead and do it. They didn't come into Africa as some sort of benevolent teachers or looking to peacefully coexist. They came in to take over and to spread Islam by the sword. They brought Islam in as a system of conquest and control to conquer people with an idea. And the idea being, here's this wonderful religion. It's going to give you eternal life and it's going to make your life better. But you have to look up to the Arabs as being your authority. You have to sublimate yourself to them first. The word Islam means submit. But what goes unsaid is they don't tell you who you're submitting to. And it's not Allah they want you to submit to, it's them. The Africans throwing open their gates for every foreigner, outsider, and intruder who comes along has a long and sad history. But the truth of the matter is, with the exception of the Europeans who brought gunpowder as their entree to the continent, every previous group was successfully rebuffed until the Africans decided to just lay down for them. When the Romans tried to get their hooks into Africa, they utterly failed. The Africans beat them. Hannibal fought the Romans to a standstill in West Africa, and Queen Kandake repelled the Romans in the East. White and Eurocentric scholars have tried to soothe their embarrassment over this, and they tried to whitewash this humiliating defeat and claim that, well, the Romans actually entered into a truce with Queen Kandake or some other kind of gibberish. But the Africans paid no tribute to Rome, and the Romans had no access to their lands after that war was over. So since when did the Romans engage in any sort of arrangement that didn't involve them getting some free loot and being able to march in wherever they want? The Romans were all about dominance. But they called no shots in Africa because back then the Africans had their heads on straight. The Romans decided that they were going to peacefully coexist and go no further south than Egypt, not because they didn't want to, but because thanks to the Africans, they didn't have a choice but to stay up there in the north where they were corralled. Like the Greeks and Persians before them, the Romans were only too aware that all of the gold in Africa was not actually in Egypt. Egypt saw a lot of sand. The gold was actually further south, in Nubia. And that was where they wanted to get to, but the Africans were an iron wall that wouldn't let those outsiders in. And they had to accept that because they couldn't do anything about it. That's what happens when you exercise power over these outsiders, which is when the Africans had their heads on straight. When the Arabs first tried to make their entry into North Africa to invade it, it was the Nubians who broke their backs. Don't believe it?
Hey, I'm back.
Sorry.
I had to go out
and
smoke.
people smiters. The Arab invaders thought that their armor would protect them against arrows, but the Nubians, even after thousands of years of standing beside their Egyptian brothers, were still so good at archery, they could put your eyes out from 100 paces away, which is exactly what they did with their arrows to the Arabs. The Arab invaders were constantly having to message their warlords back in Arabia.
And that's how we
asking
talk
to
about
send more
shooting in
reinforcements
Chicago
to make up
from
for all the
1,000
guys who
yards.
the Nubian archers blinded. That's how serious
We
they
do
were
that.
about making sure that these invaders didn't get in. But unfortunately, although these invaders lost the war, they ultimately would win the peace. And that's been the Achilles heel for the African for thousands of years.
Hey, running back
Africans
to
didn't walk
like what they was talking about, who shoot their eyes out. Running back like
they didn't do it for
30
the
seconds.
Hyksos or the Romans or
if
the
you can.
Arabs or anyone else. Invaders came in and the Africans repelled them.
We be on
And yet,
point.
when you
like
look around,
you see
these
Chicago, even
outsiders
drill
just
rap
ruling the
Chicago.
place, now
It's
don't
like
you?
pull up on
And
them.
why is that?
We don't spray it
Well,
down
the
the
same
block.
reason
We
the
walk
Europeans
up on
pull it
people.
off. You miseducate the Africans, ply them with flattery and European whores at first, and if they'll sell out their people, let them. And if they're not able to go ahead and get their hooks in, well, let the traitors and turncoats hide in Europe when they inevitably get run out of the country by their own people. Okay, now you're probably wondering, well, what does this dysfunction over there in Africa have to do with us in America? Look at our communities. We see Black people engaging in what Dr. Claude Anderson called inappropriate behavior, economically speaking. People who discriminate
That
against,
part.
who kill Black children under the pretense of stopping shoplifting, people who never do business with Black people and who only take money out of the community. And yet you have Black
Right.
people who think
Look
There's
at
the
Los
Fat Joe.
Angeles.
There go the Fat Joe, the 50-50 hip hop. Where's the other 50-50 everywhere else?
Gates to people who are hostile towards us. That's what we can learn from studying the destruction of African civilization. As Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, all history is a current event. Learn that history so you don't have to repeat it. And like it or not, a lot of what we've been doing over here in the U.S. does indeed mirror African history. Tragically, it mirrors the bad parts. Dr. John Henrik Clarke said the purpose of education is to teach the young how to hold the state together. Well, we don't have our own state, but we do have our own culture, interests, traditions, and we should make sure the young know what they are, why they're important, and why they have to hold these things together. So, as our Holy Day season kicks into high gear this week, let's make sure we remember our Grandmaster teachers. And yes, that includes the ones like Dr. Yosef Ben-Jochannan. He wasn't FBA, but his heart and mind were. This was a man who literally shed blood for the knowledge he brought to his people. He was fearless in his advocacy. Truth be told, if you gave us 1,000 men with the heart and mind of Dr. Ben, we would have had true Black empowerment in our time. Instead, we got clowns like Clarence Thomas and sellouts and idiots like Jim Clyburn, Negroes who are never going to take us anywhere. You can take all these sellouts together, and if you give me just 10 men like Dr. Ben, as far as I'm concerned, we got the bargain of the century. And Dr. Ben made it a point to call out the off-code Negroes in his midst. See, he wasn't doing any of that stuff about, well, I'm an immigrant first. He wasn't doing none of that mess. When Nelson Mandela was released from prison and then immediately began going all wobbly and weak on confronting those white supremacists in South Africa, Dr. Ben made it clear he totally disapproved of that. As he put it, Winnie Mandela would have been fully justified if she removed Nelson from the equation. Courage like that is valuable. And I'll take it no matter who it comes from.
Hey, you know, Winnie, y'all know Winnie like tires, right?
From our grandmaster teachers who are on code.
You know, tires,
no
car
matter where
tires.
they originated.
There's
an old saying.
Right, Winnie like car tires for folks that was off code.
Invented the
That's
necklace.
the reason why we have these holy
Right,
day
right.
It's
Yeah. Hey, you want a chain?
You know what
You want a chain?
Made the effort to put
There you go,
us
your
on their
record
broad
label chain.
shoulders.
Here you
Yes,
go.
we're in a tight spot.
Yeah,
But we're starting the
Winnie gives
process
you a
of
record
fighting
label.
our
Gave
way
you
out
the
of it.
necklace.
And every
Good.
change begins with changing your mind. You want to stand up people up? Then first you have to smarten them up. So let's be concerned we got the bargain of the century. And Dr. Ben made it a point to call out the off-code Negroes in his midst. See, he wasn't doing any of that stuff about, well, I'm an immigrant first. He wasn't doing none of that mess. When Nelson Mandela was released from prison and then immediately began going all wobbly and weak on confronting those white supremacists in South Africa, Dr. Ben made it clear he totally disapproved of that. As he put it, Winnie Mandela would have been fully justified if she removed Nelson from the equation. Courage like that is valuable, and I'll take it no matter who it comes from. So while we are delineating, let's not turn our backs on the teachings and the encouragement that we've gotten from our grandmaster teachers who are on code, no matter where they originated from. There's an old saying about standing on the shoulders of giants, but we stand on the shoulders of titans. And that's the reason why we have these holy day observances. It's important that we put people on a pedestal who made the effort to put us on their broad shoulders. Yes, we're in a tight spot, but we're starting the process of fighting our way out of it. And every change begins with changing your mind. You want to stand a people up? Then first you have to smarten them up. So let's make sure that we honor the people who honored us. Let's make certain that we remember not merely the books they wrote and the lectures that they gave, but the lives they lived. When you internalize the wisdom of our Grandmaster teachers, you're walking in their footsteps. And that is how a people who once were lost find their way and begin marching toward their own empowerment. Good day, and be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Wesley Monroe, Samara Morris, James Stiles, Keiko Integoku, and Yasharan Heron. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
All right. Sorry I had to mute everybody's mics. It was too many people talking at one time. But I want to share
that's resurrection of the mental dead.
Dr. Chancellor Williams. So my pops has that book that was on the screen initially, The Destruction of the Black Civilization. And will not lend it out. So I just been able to skim it and get it on PDF. But it's heavy read, and it's knowledge that we need to have because we can understand where we went wrong and correct the mistakes of the past. So RIP to Dr. Chancellor Williams. He was heavy as well. All three of them were heavy hitters. Dr. John Henrik Clarke, Dr. Ben, and Dr. Chancellor Williams. So we honor their memory.
And Dr. Marimba Ani.
Well, their birthdays, there's something about their birthdays, Shabaka, they're so close together. That's why I definitely her and Dr. Francis Cress Wilson.
Right. And then keep in mind, though, too, since you're speaking of birthdays, Brother Jay, you know the birthday of Muhammad Ali is coming up. And also, too, his birthday is exactly 30 days before Dr. Huey P. Newton.
Yes, he was a Capricorn, too. Muhammad Ali, his C-Day is the day after mine.
And Newton is exactly 30 days after Ali's, and they were both born in the same year of 1942.
Yep, correct. So, Shabaka, since you lived this time and you read several of Dr. Chancellor Williams' books over the years, what are your thoughts on Dr. Chancellor Williams and the impact that he had on the African community?
Oh, yes, sir. He had a great influence on it, just like Dr. John Henrik Clarke. But as you know, the powers that be in these miseducational institutions of indoctrination as opposed to education, these public school systems. Oh, no, that's woke theory. Material like that make white folks feel uncomfortable. Well, motherfucker, be out there uncomfortable on the plantation picking cotton in 100-degree temperature and 100% humidity. Yeah, then get back with me when you experience that discomfort.
Shabaka, there's a cracker that did a video trying to downplay what our ancestors went through with the cotton. That was just
he's sick.
One of many crops.
Right. Tobacco, sugarcane,
tomatoes.
You know. And I would imagine too, like green beans, stuff like that.
Why all Africans eat all American food? I'm just asking.
Oh well, that is due to the neo-colonialism. Okay, it's because you got a great deal of neo-colonialism over here in Africa, as you know about the Berlin Conference there, Brother Ray, where they took it upon themselves in 1888, saying that we're going to divide this, conquer up. You know, the Belgians get this territory, the French get this part.
So why do Africans eat tomatoes and corn and all this shit right now? All their food right now that they say is fufu and all this shit is all American food because they cannot make fufu without corn, without tomatoes, without the peppers that came from America. So how in the fuck is Nigerians older than... My dad is older than Nigeria. Look it up. My dad was born in 53. Nigeria as a country was started in 58. How the fuck do they have a culture older than us?
Okay. The thing
My
is that
dad
you have
is
to
older than their
understand.
country.
Right. But the thing is, though,
So
is you
what
got
are
to
you talking about?
understand.
Like and all they food, all that shit. You need, like, I lived there for 3 years. I saw what they make this shit from.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's made from tomatoes, corn, like all American crops.
Okay.
So how is that the ancient shit?
Yeah, it ain't. It's because, see, that's the
Somebody
U.S. going
lying.
there. Oh, yeah.
Somebody
and that's
is
the
lying.
U.S. Yeah, and then just like Brother Chad, I sent you the clip, and I
No,
forgot the name of that
I ain't saying
sister.
you lying, bro, Shabaka. Bro, I'm not saying you're lying. I'm not saying
No, I'm
you're
saying
lying.
the neo-colonialists are lying. And
I'm
the
just saying this is
neo-colonialists,
what I saw, and whoa, this is so that's all.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So what it is, as you know, a neo-colonialist is on the puppet strings of the colonialists, right? And this is why a motherfucker by the name of Elon Musk, I do not recognize as an African. He is a goddamn bore. Oh, by the way, y'all, out here in Las Vegas,
I agree.
Yeah, yeah.
I agree.
Hey, and you didn't get this here. You're going to
Like,
love
I
this one,
agree.
Ray. I saw 3 of them damn Elon Musk vehicles, man, driving around the streets, y'all. I got far the fuck away from that motherfucker real quick.
Hey, look, I've seen a story about, the Trump shit. I've seen some shit like I ain't gonna talk about it online.
Oh, hell no, I don't recommend it.
Like, bro might have did that shit from the crib and the car drove him there. Type shit.
Yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? Because they got them goddamn Google cars out there in San Francisco. That shit crazy in the motherfucker.
Right,
I'm
it's
driving.
nuts. Like, I don't even want to talk about it online, but we threw it out there. So let the people think for themselves.
Right, connect the dots, as I say. You know what I'm saying?
All them came from the same all them came from the same army base. Look,
yes, sir.
I'm gonna die, dog. They should have convicted me without have been in prison. Then I can't talk. But man, all this same 3 shit that just happened last week or whatever, all them they came from the same army base.
Yes.
So then what? All of them came from the same army base at different times.
What army base
I'm
was
talking
that?
about like the one at Trump Tower. This motherfucker's Green Beret. This motherfucker go explode a country.
Yeah.
But he just let his car blow.
No, but
come on, this motherfucker was super trained.
Yeah, and the motherfucker
Like
blew his
super
brains
trained,
out
like the
before he
TV
blew up the
shows.
car.
No, I'm talking about you see the TV shows. Right, this motherfucker was super trained. He could have went in there and brought down the entire building. He just did himself. They said the car drove. They said he might have did himself, and the car drove itself over there later.
Well, ain't we always saying why these cunts got to shoot up the whole school, the whole movie theater? Why don't they just blow their brains out and get it
Bro,
over?
it's easy like that. It's right.
Why you gotta
And
kill?
especially if you military, man, it's over with.
But yeah, that just goes to show you the state of our military.
They're lying. I said they're lying. No, because if dude is still Green Beret that blew his shit up in the Tesla car in front of the Trump shit, right? But he's Green Beret, so he knows how to go to other countries and shit. If he wanted to, he would have did that shit way worse.
Yep.
I'm just saying, why the you give me?
Yeah, R.I.P.
Like he's super trained, 20 years in the military, Green Beret, Special Forces. Oh man, he would have knew how that Tesla truck was gonna blow up, and he would have did better if he wanted to do something.
Right.
Do you think?
And then here's one for you. A brother who made the ultimate sacrifice was Christopher Dorner. He was a Navy SEAL.
Oh, and Micah Johnson. You know, those are American heroes. I say those are American heroes. Christopher Dorner, Micah Johnson.
Yep.
It's another guy, a third guy. Yeah, those are American heroes. I say those are American heroes.
And we can't forget Nathan Forsett.
Y'all, man, they're kicking my window right now.
Yeah.
They're come get me if they want to get me.
Well, R.I.P. to
Because they know what I'm saying.
They did that.
But I say Christopher Dorner, Michael Johnson, and the other guy, I can't remember his name. All of them are American heroes.
Baron Shields.
Right. Here's one for you. When Michael Johnson did his thing, right? Okay. A dude,
Michael Johnson is a hero to me.
Yes.
Hey, bud, you gonna love this. Early that morning, man, I was sitting in a coffee shop and I was up in Panther Town, which is Oakland. They was putting up the San Francisco Chronicle, right? And the damn photo that you saw on there was a police sergeant sitting up there scared to death, looking like a damn female.
Yeah, that's why Michael Johnson is a hero to me. Because I should have your police chief. I should have your army colonel scared. Like,
No,
yes, this is us. This is what we do. Look, if they tried to kill us, right? They tried to kill us, FBA. And I ain't saying everybody got to claim FBA, but they tried to kill us, people from this land.
Yep.
They colonized us, right? They did everything. We still fight. Do you think we will be here? If they could kill us, they would have. They can't.
Right.
So stand on that shit. They cannot kill us.
Right.
We are FBA. We are of this land. Fuck them. They can't colonize us.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. And I'll stand on that shit.
I feel you. All right, Shabaka, was that your final thoughts on Dr. Chancellor Williams?
Okay, now heavy brother, Dr. Chancellor Williams, you know what I'm saying? And then we need to recognize all our scholars that they're trying to erase from history, okay? Chancellor Williams, Dr. Henrik Clarke, Dr. Marimba Ani, Dr. Huey P. Newton, because as you know, Dr. Huey P. Newton, he was an educator, man, held a PhD, graduated from the University of California at Santa Cruz. You see what I'm saying? And that took a lot of guts for him, the Forte brothers, Bobby Seale, Lil Bobby Hutton, and Big Man to go out there and to patrol
Native
the
Americans
streets of Oakland, California
granted land
to ensure our safety.
Paying the reparation.
All right, Lady Che, did you have anything to say about Dr. Chancellor Williams?
Sorry, no. I was tripping out over here. Something else. No, I pretty much said, I pretty much fill out Professor Black Truth, feels. Yeah, that's about it. Carry on, Jesse. I'm doing something really important over here. Carry on.
Okay.
See, you're the problem.
And then there was another brother to mention in 1972 by the name of Mark Essex. Pull him up.
Yeah, he was heavy too, Shabaka, but I'm going to move us along. So we got 2025 reparation payments approved, an increase from the $350K we were initially demanding to now $151 million for each foundational Black American descendants of American child slavery freedmen.
Paying the reparations for slavery is a topic of heated controversy. The idea has been portrayed as so nebulous that few suppose we claim that this is a hotly debated subject in Washington, D.C. and among the senior brass. Abolition of slavery must be accomplished immediately due to the fact that the United States government has engaged in a wide range of financing activities, including wars, peace, and countless more that remain unnamed. As a matter of morality, the United States can no longer avoid it.
There we go.
Additionally, the original estimated amount for repairs is $350,000.
So what do you think about
the new per person cap is $151 million. The issue is, with 14% of the population being Black Americans, who will foot the bill? Also, Will all African Americans receive the reparation funds? You will never think about reparations for slavery the same way after watching this video. Many Americans who are descended from slaves encounter baseless opposition when they seek reparations. There are many who contend that reparations are unnecessary because they were not personally affected by slavery. What about people whose white supremacist ancestors left them vast fortunes and vast tracts of land?
What about
Step
the
into the
civil
rich
rights
tapestry
movement?
of Black
What about the
history with
murders
us
of
here
Fred
at the
Hampton?
Chronicles
What about
of
the
Blacc.
murders of the Black Panther
How come the
Party?
descendants of white supremacists continue to reap the benefits of the wealth that
Shit,
slave
fuck
owners
them in that
accumulated if Black
bullshit.
Americans have no claim to reparations for the wrongs done
And
to them?
that's why I'm a
The arguments
diasporic
against
African.
reparations are shown to be flawed by this. A number of state agencies and economists had previously proposed paying $360,000 to every African American, but it was obvious to all that this was insufficient. The United States hoped to end the generations-long obligation by paying a small amount. Currently, the sum is $151 million. This sum is enough for many, but who will foot the bill for the reparations when they eventually reach the trillions? Since no government has access to such a substantial
Go
sum,
get the
knowing
goddamn
this is
money
crucial
from
for determining its
Silicon Gang
feasibility.
Valley.
Many different ideas have surfaced. One idea is to use the money and property that white supremacists' descendants have today. The main point is that white slave owners' fortunes, which were built on the backs of African Americans who were enslaved, did not magically disappear when slavery was outlawed. Rather, it has been handed down from one generation to the next, benefiting future generations financially. As a direct outcome of this wrongdoing, white and Black Americans now enjoy drastically different levels of prosperity, educational attainment, and career opportunities. Those who were enslaved and their descendants endured tremendous pain and trauma as a result of the deeply immoral institution of slavery that persisted for centuries in the United States. We must take action to rectify this injustice. The original proposal was for the federal government to foot the bill for repairs. It was contended that the role of the federal government in legitimizing slavery through constitutional protections and federal law was substantial. The creation of a special fund for repairs is, thus, of paramount importance. White supremacist slave owners' descendants should also not own the wealth that came from slavery if it is claimed that descendants of slaves shouldn't get reparations since they didn't experience the brutalities firsthand. This fortune would have to be taken if this happened. Who should be the rightful owner of this wealth? Slaves' descendants, who are still dealing with systemic racism, rightfully own this wealth, both legally and ethically. From the time of slavery onward, Black Americans have been bearing the brunt of racism's economic consequences, with losses estimated at a mind-boggling $70 trillion. The historical wealth disparity is intricately related to this high cost. In 2016, middle-class white families in the U.S. had an average wealth of $49,703, while Black families had an average wealth of only $13,024, equal to just 8.6% of white families' wealth. According to the Black tax, The Cost of Being Black in America, author Sean Rochester, this wealth disparity is a result of slavery's long-lasting effects. Rochester breaks down the $70 trillion in economic losses sustained by Black Americans over many generations as a direct result of racism and discrimination. The large racial wealth gap that exists today is mostly attributable to this discrimination. Slavery, which lasted for 250 years, was the root cause of the wealth disparity. Estimates put the value of the labor of Black slaves extracted between 1619 and 1865 at anywhere from $24 trillion to $97 trillion, though it is difficult to put a precise number on it. The average amount that Rochester uses in his calculations is $50 trillion. Even though they worked hard to build the country, Black Americans still only own around 2% of the wealth in the United States. Black Americans have historically been denied access to government-run initiatives aimed at enhancing their financial standing. As an example, they were not allowed to participate in the 1863 Homestead Act, which allowed citizens to receive 160 acres of land for a small fee and 5 years of cultivating the land. For 70 years, a group of mostly white homesteaders staked claims to 270 million acres, which are now worth $1.6 trillion. Also, Black Americans lost $143 billion because the Social Security Act of 1935 did not include them, and another $45 billion because the GI Bill of 1944 did not provide benefits to Black veterans. If you enjoy our videos and would like to see more like this one, Please consider
Like and
subscribing to our
subscribe to
channel and clicking the
Frontline
like
Black
button.
News.
We are
Like and
seeking your
subscribe to
support as we
Frontline
strive to
Black
establish
News.
a
Like and
robust
subscribe
community.
to Frontline Black
Okay, then.
News. Like and
There was still
subscribe to
violent resistance
Frontline
and
Black
destruction of
News.
progress whenever Black Americans tried to build their wealth networks and companies.
I'm a
As a tragic
diasporic
example,
African. If I was a
consider the
goddamn
1921
American, I wouldn't
Tulsa
have to worry
race
about the
massacre,
police
in which
killing
a
my
white
ass
mob
each
set
time I
fire to
drive my
Black-owned
car.
businesses in Tulsa, Oklahoma's affluent Greenwood district.
Oh,
The continued
you all
wealth
got to
disparity was
visit
exacerbated
Tulsa.
by these upheavals and the demotion of
Got
Black
to
people to
visit
low-paying
Tulsa.
occupations. Rochester factors and losses sustained during the Jim Crow and civil rights periods to arrive at the $70 trillion estimate. This highlights the fact that Black Americans endured economic and racial segregation throughout this time, limiting their involvement in the American economy. Greetings, valued viewers. Our analytics have
If it
revealed
wasn't for
that our
slavery,
audience
motherfucker,
spans
the
the globe.
goddamn
We
American
would greatly
economy wouldn't
appreciate it
exist.
if you
Get
could
your
kindly share
goddamn
your
line
location with
straight.
us in the
Shit.
comment section.
Tired of brain dead
At present,
motherfucker.
there is a noticeable disparity in racial wealth. On average, white families have around 10 times as much wealth as Black families. In instance, compared to Black college grads, white grads have 7 times as much wealth. The United States must make amends to the Black American community for its historical wrongs if it wants the American
Diasporic
dream to be a
African.
reality for all people. Individual monetary payments aimed at reducing the racial wealth gap should constitute reparations. In addition to resolving inequalities in housing, education, and company ownership, these reparations should include programs that help people build wealth. The combined investments in factories and railroads exceeded the estimated value of enslaved Black Americans' labor in 1860, which was over $3 billion. Enslaved people's cotton output in 1861 was worth $250 million. While the nation's
God
economy
damn.
benefited from the massive wealth that slave ownership created, the enslaved people had very little chance of becoming wealthy. The federal government has failed to compensate the descendants of enslaved Black Americans for the equity they lost due to anti-Black policies in housing, transportation, and businesses, and the descendants of slaves have not received compensation for their labor either. Black Americans have been unfairly denied opportunities to accumulate wealth due to historical injustices like slavery, Jim Crow segregation, and discriminatory practices like redlining. The racial wealth gap cannot be solved by merely promoting personal effort and behavioral change. This is proven by the fact that Black college graduates have more wealth than white high school dropouts. Sometimes people think reparations aren't going to work. Nonetheless, the United States reparations history shows that the practice is not new to the country. As restitution for the forced removal from their ancestral lands, Native Americans have been granted land and substantial financial compensation for a variety of programs and benefits. The United States government contributed to reparations for Holocaust survivors, including substantial investments over time through the Marshall Plan, and Japanese Americans received $1.5 billion for their World War II internment. In 1952, West Germany agreed to pay 3.45 billion Deutsche Marks to Holocaust survivors. On the other hand, no group has yet received compensation for state-sanctioned racial discrimination except Black Americans. The United States had multiple chances to address the legacy of slavery and fulfill the promise of the American dream, but it consistently passed them up, even though slavery helped some white families accumulate immense wealth. The policy of 40 acres and a mule was first suggested but later scrapped. An important chance for America to make amends for slavery presented itself soon after the Civil War ended. General William Sherman and other prominent Union figures pushed for the land grant of 40 acres to every Black family. Black families were given 400,000 acres of seized Confederate land, and in addition to mules, by General Sherman in Field Order 15. After President Abraham Lincoln was assassinated, however, President Andrew Johnson reversed Field Order 15, allowing the land to be returned to the original owners of the slaves. Abolitionists were given more power by the federal government than Black Americans
that is where
were given in terms of
Andrew
resources
Jackson,
to help them
once
survive.
Abraham Lincoln was
Former
killed,
slave owners were even
we was running
compensated
the
in some
South.
cases
We had
for the property they
everything.
had lost
We
due to
had
enslavement.
everything. Us
With few
niggas,
other
we was
options for
already here.
employment, many African
was running
Americans went
shit
back to their
until
roots as
Andrew-
sharecroppers,
Man,
essentially
that motherfucker
toiling for their
fucked up
former
everything.
masters.
Jesse, what
As
you
America
think?
struggled
Please
to
speak,
recover
bro.
from the Great Depression and
Please speak.
stock market crash
Please
of 1929,
speak,
the New
bro.
Deal came into being later that decade, or around $50 trillion
we was
in
running
today's
the
dollars
South.
was spent
We
by
had
President
everything.
Franklin D. Roosevelt on the New Deal's programs and initiatives.
New Deal,
Social
and
Security
then once
and the GI
what's
Bill,
the name?
two cornerstones of the New Deal,
was killed.
did not enough to
Andrew
and
Johnson,
racial housing
that
covenants.
motherfucker
Black
racist.
World War II
That
veterans did not
motherfucker
have
fucked
equal access
everything
to
up.
post-war benefits as white veterans
Andrew
owing to the
Johnson,
GI Bill's
he was
local
something
implementation.
else.
Domestic and agricultural workers were both left out of Social Security, despite the fact that their jobs could have greatly contributed to greater equality in the United States. As a result of this discrimination, 60% of black workers in the country and 75% in the South were marginalized in these occupations. Black veterans and workers were disproportionately impacted by these provisions, which were inserted into the legislation to benefit the white majority during the Great Depression. Although other oppressed groups have received reparations, Black Americans have been systematically ignored by the federal government. The United States must pass a thorough federal reparations plan for African Americans if it is serious about reducing the wealth disparity between races and protecting the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The United States government has been trying to avoid paying reparations since it simply does not have the resources to do so. But now that a workable solution is available, the delay in paying reparations can be explained solely by malice. The main objective must be to plunder the estates and riches of people who were enslaved in the past. Now more than ever before is the time to trace this out. It is possible to identify the heirs of former slave owners by tracking down their wealth and property. In order to establish a fund for repairs, taxes can subsequently be levied on them. The fact that the majority of white Americans do not back reparations. As an immoral yardstick, denying the notion of relinquishing riches and property acquired from former masters serves as a test. Instead of paying reparations, they would rather keep the wealth that was acquired through exploitation. It makes one wonder how African Americans will fare in a nation that recognizes no one but white people as citizens.
Shit, fuck the Greeks.
Republic. Cory Bush, Democrat, California, introduced a bill in May 2023 to compensate African Americans for the harms done by slavery and the Jim Crow period. The bill called for $14 trillion in reparations. This latest proposal, which is part of a larger democratic effort to compensate Black Americans for generations of injustice, is called the Reparations Now bill. In contrast to the 16% of Republicans who hold this opinion, 58% of Democrats do, in fact, support reparations, according to a Reuters poll. The poll also found that while 26% of white Americans are in favor of reparations, 74% of Black Americans are. Presenting its final report to the California legislature, the task force to study and develop reparation proposals for African Americans was in California.
Fuck the goddamn
This in-depth
state of
study looked at how
California and
slavery
Gavin
affected
Newsom.
African Americans and how that hurt has spread throughout American culture. Outlining more than 115 suggestions for redressing the injustices suffered, the report proposes a thorough reparations plan. Although the report supported financial compensation for affected individuals, it did not set a specific amount, so lawmakers are free to decide. Do you have any opinions? Will reparations for slavery be paid now, or is that still a vague concept? What if the United States government declared reparations for slavery? Are you in favor of it? Post your opinions and thoughts in the space provided below. Do you want us to continue making videos? If so, please show your support by clicking the bell icon and subscribing to the Chronicles of
Nah,
Blacks.
motherfucker, I don't need to
Additionally,
send you no
our channel has
goddamn
more
donation.
videos for you to watch. After receiving 10% of the vote in the previous election,
Check out,
Black Americans voted
Frontline
overwhelmingly
Black
for
News.
Donald Trump in the 2024 American election. At least 20% of African American voters went for Donald Trump this time. Considering that Black voters have consistently shown loyalty to the Democratic Party, this is absolutely astounding. Should we therefore interpret this as a private promise made by Donald Trump to Black businessmen and leaders? Are we talking about reparations for slavery here? Given that African Americans did not have faith in Kamala Harris on this occasion, it raises the possibility that something transpired behind closed doors. See what the president-elect has to say about reparations for slavery, his campaign promises, and his plans in this video. All right, let's begin.
With her drunk
After
ass.
decades of back and forth, the reparations debate over slavery finally found a turning point when California spearheaded efforts to determine the most effective means of redressing the
So I'm
damage
not gonna
that
sit here and say
centuries
I'm
of
gonna do
racial
something that's only
discrimination
gonna
had
benefit
done.
Black people.
Researching these effects and coming up with workable solutions. Are we talking about reparations for slavery here?
Cut the goddamn check.
Has to say about reparations for slavery, his campaign promises, and his plans in this video. All right, let's begin. After decades of back and forth, the reparations debate over slavery finally found a turning point when California spearheaded efforts to determine the most effective means of redressing the damage that centuries of racial discrimination had done. Researching these effects and coming up with workable solutions is the job of the state's reparations task force. A daring proposal was put out by the task force to give eligible African Americans up to $350,000 in direct cash payments by 2023. The question of whether or not all states should launch such studies and adopt concrete measures to execute comparable proposals arose following this proposal. Alternatively, we could just make this proposal available to all states. The two candidates' reparations promises and their actual ability to implement them became the clear dividing line in this election. A thorough investigation into monetary reparations is required prior to any action, according to Kamala Harris. She changed the subject away from direct payments and toward her larger economic agenda, which seeks to empower Black communities through programs that increase their wealth. That is to say, rather than offering direct payments, Kamala Harris supports systemic changes that can provide Black people equal opportunities. She made it very obvious that reparations are a complex issue that requires further investigation. It has to be studied, Harris said in reference to reparations. There is absolutely no doubt regarding that.
The hell with a goddamn study. Cut the goddamn check. You know what you did.
Pretty much.
You know what you continue to do.
Right. That part.
And this is Mala was against reparations when we knocked her out the first time in 2019.
Yeah.
Study.
And then, Brother Cherry, too, look at all our Black inventions that they had stole is because, like, when you and I had did the thing, when was coming over here, skilled tradesmen, skilled mathematicians, and what have you. See, so that's intellectual property that they stole as well, too. Not so much the physical labor and then the degradation
What's that under the?
but
What's that
also
under
stealing the intellectual property as well, too.
Jesse, what's that comment under that one? Is that somebody else or is that someone new? Are we? Yeah.
And the universe galaxy. Hey, do they take calls? And are pretty much all topics welcome. Okay, who is they? Universe galaxy. Who is he referring to?
I don't know who it is. They know here.
Okay, but I'm just trying to, because I'm trying to figure out if he's talking about the podcast that we're doing on Tuesday.
He's talking about the program.
Yeah, we take calls, and and our phone number is, what the hell is our phone number? Shit, get to see now. 516, that's right, thank you. 418-5996. Yeah, we do take calls, and the thing is, too, is that if you got to be respectful. Understand? Now, you could disagree with us all you want to, but just do it off in a respectful manner. And as long as you come in respectful, we will listen to you. Now, we might not agree with you, or you might not agree with us, but you have to understand is that we research our episodes very, very thoroughly. You see what I mean? Because one of the executive producers of that podcast talks about stuff that he lived through. You see? So I'm going to leave it like that. So you're welcome to call. You see?
He's like, just be respectful.
Huh? Yep. What did he say?
He's like, call it your risk.
Well, no, Lady Che, you've witnessed it yourself that we don't have a problem talking reasonable with someone, and we do disagree agreeably. Okay, and as this video has showed is how they have parlayed the money too. For our guest we got with us here this evening with us. Okay, is brother still with us?
Yeah, he's muted.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to get to the clip.
Go ahead, Jesse. Good.
I had to debunk that bullshit about Kamala.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna do nothing. Her cautious approach shows that she is cognizant of the delicate political nature of the matter. Harris recognized the topic's importance without committing to a specific plan by requesting additional study. She was able to keep prospective swing voters on her side by being cautious, which was especially useful in politically divisive areas. According to Harris, her economic platform speaks to the hopes and dreams of
Okay, all right. He's glitching out, brother. Check.
Americans.
Yeah, that's gonna happen. He's at the Black House.
Especially when it comes to achieving financial autonomy. She explained, *, my agenda is about tapping into the ambitions and the aspirations. His views on reparations for slavery will surely have an effect on the lives of about 500,000 Black Americans. This is your text with all of the punctuation and formatting. 8. Reparations for slavery weren't a major talking point during Donald Trump's 2016 campaign. Since the majority of voters weren't paying attention to the issue back then, Trump seldom brought it up in his speeches. Nevertheless, Trump promptly expressed doubt and dismissed reparations when asked about them. In an apparent attempt to downplay the idea's potential for unity, he cast doubt on whether reparations were a reasonable or just means of redressing past wrongs. If you enjoy our videos and would like to see more like this one, please consider subscribing to our channel and clicking the like button. With your help, we can create a strong community. Okay, let's go on.
Black News.
Democratic candidates such as Kamala Harris, Elizabeth Warren, and Bernie Sanders had already begun to propose various forms of compensation for the descendants of Africans who had been enslaved by the time Trump was halfway through his first term in office. During an interview with The Hill in June 2019, Trump was asked about his stance, and he gave a direct response. To which he responded, "I don't see it happening. Reparations," he said, "would only serve to widen existing racial gaps and foster animosity among Americans instead of bringing them together." It was crystal clear to Trump that the Democrats were trying to use reparations as a political gimmick to win over Black voters, not because they wanted to make amends for past wrongs. He felt that pursuing this matter would further inflame tensions between various racial groups. The call for reparations came back with a vengeance later in 2020, after the Black Lives Matter protests and the killing of George Floyd. But Trump's opposition remained unwavering. Instead of responding to demands for reparations and other forms of racial justice, his administration took a firm law and order position, emphasizing support for law enforcement. A consistent theme in Trump's arguments was his belief that reparations unjustly punished those who had no connection to slavery. He saw reparations as a means to an unfairly redistribute wealth, as an alternative to compensatory payments. He advocated economic policies such as tax cuts and job creation, claiming that these would have a greater positive impact on the Black community.
It's not for his white ass to say that motherfucker ain't don't know what it's like Black in America, and I don't give a damn how many goddamn Black prostitutes he been with.
Speeches and in the media, he presented himself as a radical left's ill-advised policies. He saw reparations as just another tool in the cultural arsenal. Nevertheless, Trump started to change his tone. His sudden shift in stress, his attacks on affirmative action, which he said unfairly favored other minority groups over Asian Americans, were illustrative of this. Trump sought to broaden his base by addressing issues that progressive policies had ignored or unfairly treated by changing the way the conversation was framed. Trump shocked many by proposing what he claimed was a new reparations plan just before the 2024 presidential election. However, paying restitution to slaves' descendants was not the point here. At a campaign rally in November 2024, Trump, on the other hand, revealed a program that would combat what he called racial bias in schools. As part of this revised plan, federal civil rights lawsuits would be filed against educational institutions that were alleged to have used racist admissions practices. Also included were heavy fines for schools found to engage in such practices, and the use of those funds to compensate students who had experienced discrimination, particularly those of Asian American descent. Trump framed his proposal as an effort to combat prejudice in the modern era, establishing himself as an advocate for admissions based on merit. Critics and civil rights organizations, however, wasted no time casting this as an attempt to reframe reparations in a manner that would ostentatiously exclude African Americans. They said that Trump's proposal made an effort to appease groups with more current grievances, like Asian Americans, while ignoring the historical background of slavery. Trump seemed to be shifting his focus away from compensating Black Americans for centuries of systematic oppression and toward
Jay,
addressing what he sees as white Americans' reverse discrimination.
I want to get with you so you can sit on the panel so I can do my snitching tutorial. I just don't know how to do it because they stripped me of my Facebook and all that. So I don't know how to get a hold of you. And yeah, so just like let me know when a good day or time is.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI initiatives, and
like late afternoon or whatever, that I could get you on the panel so I could do the show, because it would be tight if you could just get on there on the for the snitching tutorial that I want to do sometime this week. Let me know. Go ahead, Jesse.
Okay. Ready, play. I'm almost done with the clip. It's like
Yeah. No, I didn't mean to interrupt. Jesse, go ahead, play it.
An effort to combat prejudice in the modern era, establishing himself as an advocate for admissions based on merit. Critics and civil rights organizations, however, wasted no time casting this as an attempt to reframe reparations in a manner that would ostentatiously exclude African Americans. They said that Trump's proposal made an effort to appease groups with more current grievances, like Asian Americans, while ignoring the historical background of slavery. Trump seemed to be shifting his focus away from compensating Black Americans for centuries of systematic oppression and toward addressing what he sees as white Americans' reverse discrimination. Individuals who had anticipated substantial transformation are understandably perplexed and let down by this change.
And what you motherfuckers
Asterisk, I
saying
will propose
reverse
a bill to have them
discrimination
find up for the
means
full amount
that
of
you
their
recognize the
endowment.
fact that
Victims of
discrimination
these unlawful and unfair policies will
still
receive
exists.
compensation from a
You play
portion of
no
the confiscated
goddamn
funds.
semantics with me,
Asterisk.
motherfucker. Shit.
Many Black voters were hoping that Trump would consider compensating the descendants of enslaved Africans, so their outrage was understandable when they heard this statement and thought it was about reparations for white Americans. Diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI initiatives and critical race theory have long been targets of Trump's ire, and his proposal seems to be in line with these views. His claims that these kinds of programs divide society and keep white people in their place have persisted for a long time. Dismantling DEI programs is an explicit goal of his Project 2025 plan, which lays out a possible agenda for the second term. He argues that these programs unfairly hurt white Americans. As soon as Trump spoke, many Black commentators saw the
Unfairly
ramifications.
hurts white America.
Reparations
Ain't
for
that
white
a
people were
bitch?
announced by Trump, according to prominent political analyst Keith Boykin. He claimed he would sue the Justice Department to fine universities that prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion so that he, personally, could compensate white people for the harm he feels they've suffered at the hands of racists. Asterisk.
Ain't
Because
that
of
a
this
bitch?
change in emphasis, Black voters who had hoped that Trump would back actual reparations for slaves' descendants are now feeling disappointed. Hotly debated topics include the sincerity of Trump's promises to Black Americans and his apparent fixation on white supremacist practices rather than on past wrongs. It is unclear if Trump, in his bid for a second term in office, will prioritize the complaints of his base or move his focus to address the historical injustices endured by Black Americans. Many Black communities are hoping that Trump will prioritize reparations, but given his record, it seems highly unlikely. Are you in agreement? Is Black America's support for Donald Trump based on genuine disappointment with the Democratic Party, or does he intend to actually pay reparations to slaves, or is it all just rhetoric? Post your predictions for Donald Trump's policies toward African Americans in the space provided below. Is he going to improve things or make them worse? Do you want us to continue making videos?
Nah, we don't want you to continue making videos, motherfucker. Cut the goddamn check. Fuck your videos.
Right. I've been saying this.
Or be on our shit advertising this shit. That shit is really pissing me off. It really is.
Okay. So everything in this video summed up is what we've been saying for shit over a decade now. That we got. Yeah. You know what you did. You know what you continue to do. We come to collect. We come into Washington to get our goddamn check. And then did y'all know that these months have the audacity to copyright that speech, the last speech that our elder MLK, Michael King, did before he was assassinated when he was on the campaign.
Oh, you talking about MLK?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you talking about his last speech? I've been to the mountaintop and I've seen the promised land.
Yep.
Yeah, his last speech before he was assassinated. So they went out there and they copywrote the King's family intellectual property motherfucking lawsuit. But these goddamn kangaroo courts are going to sit up there and play pussy with it, hoping that it'll just go away.
Yep.
Say, ain't that a bitch, you know?
Yeah.
And this is why we created the hashtag resurrection of the mental dead. You see what I mean? And like I stated before, Brother Che, and I'm gonna say this here so our people could really understand. And I think I broke it down quite simply. You got to look at the money that the labor got, right, for the white rape and slave trading pedophiles who took that money, reinvested it, the power of the parlay. So that's how they bossed up their money. But the ones who produced the wealth initially, they didn't get shit except some of the most horrible and brutal treatment and degradation in the history of mankind. Look what they did to the Black family unit. How they violated, Black women, what do you call it, Brother Che? The buck breaking. You see what I mean? Martin's last speech was powerful. I did that speech when I played MLK in elementary school, 4th grade. With Jay Militant, I was in the 4th grade when he made the speech. I was in the 4th grade when he was assassinated April 4th, 1968.
Yep. You sure was, Shabaki.
Yep. I remember the night he got killed. I remember the night Robert Kennedy got killed.
Yep. And so many others that died in the 60s.
Yeah. See, like look what happened to little Bobby Hutton in Oakland, California. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, so to answer this video's quick question, I think the dump would do it. I've been saying it for like 5 years.
Yeah, and I tell you why the dump will do it. The reason why the dump will do it, not so much he give a fuck about us, he would do it to undermine them goddamn Democrats. Yeah. And yeah, you're right, Jay Militant, because Dr. King was getting ready to start the Poor People's Campaign. Yes, sir, you're correct about that. And then, so the dump will I think he would do it, and he would use it to shame these damn Democrats. And if he does that, yeah, I'm all for it. I'm not gonna do nothing sickly for Black people now. Hand me my Jack Daniels. Hand me my Boones.
So I'm not gonna sit here and say I'm gonna do something that's only gonna benefit Black people. No, because.
Yep, that's what I've been saying too, cuz.
Yeah, Jay Militant. He sure would do it to spite the Democrats. That's what I'm gambling on, Jay Militant. See, that's what I'm gambling on. Just to spite them no good motherfuckers, he would do it.
Yeah, so cut the goddamn check. Otherwise, aim defeat of the Democrats. If we could bring the Democrats to their knees, don't think for a second, Republicans, we can't do the same to you.
Yeah, exactly. You see what I'm saying? Exactly. You see?
Okay, Lady Shady, I want to say something about the reparations that's owed to the foundation of Black Americans, descendants of American chattel slavery freedmen, who had an ethnogenesis.
I was having a side conversation about this, but it's crazy over here.
He
I
did
would
say
say
that.
that.
Yeah, you're right, Jay Militant. Yeah. Even if he does it out of revenge on these motherfuckers, that'd be great.
It would
I'm
be
sorry,
great if
Lady
we didn't
K,
owe
go
everybody and
ahead.
their goddamn mama. Anyway, I look it up. Anyway, I would just say this. The fact that this shit is old. The fact that we're in a with like I like to call the MAFA or the Black MAFA. Right now, the 2024-2025 version of the MAFA, which is super heavy. The fact that we were paying the fucking black tax for God knows how long, double time, in some certain, maybe triple. If you really think about it. That's just fucking insane.
You're right. The poll tax. Yeah.
The other thing is that real quick. The other thing is that we have to really take into consideration the motherfucker that they just put into is about to be into office, and his lack of not really owning anything seriously, like real owning it, and what he owes while he's making all these crazy ass motherfucking moves that we're watching just right now. How that's gonna affect us really pushing our agenda. You know, we're pushing it so heavy, and we have to really sit back and think about the one thing that we haven't been thinking about heavy is the House and Senate and all them and their control levels of making sure or they're pushing, you know, getting that through, and his stake in the world, what he owes, what he doesn't owe, how liquid and non-liquid he really is, what kind of pool he really has versus the amount of debt ratio, you know, and you know that he actually owes, and you know, to certain countries, certain you know, presidents, dictators, princes, whatnot. You dig? So we have to actually really sit back and think about that as we're putting in all this motherfucking blood, sweat, and toil into this heavy ass agenda we're pushing because it's fucking old. It's not even. It shouldn't even be a question. It shouldn't even have to have a discussion. Like at this point, it's like y'all seen Atlanta, the reparations one, where Atlanta. I feel like we should just go ahead and just act on that. Just act like that for a minute. Everything belongs to us. It's all ours. Fuck it. You dig? Everything. Like buildings, offices, every fucking thing. The fucking street. You know what I mean? The air, the clouds. It's all ours. Fuck it. You know? Because it's that. It's like, it's so fucking stupid to me that we even have to have dialogue, discussion, and planning properly how to fucking maneuver. Do it in secret, almost like SOS fucking, you know, hand signals and fucking Batman claps. It's fucking crazy to me. And it's old. Fucking old. Not to mention that some people want to agree with it, don't want to agree with it, and they're going to do it and they're not going to do it. And here we are doing the light work, putting in policies, drafting shit, giving them a history lesson. Where they sit back and laugh at us. And then the rest of the world mocks us for our efforts. It's just terrible. It's like everybody else can get something from fucking the endless motherfucking money pit of fucking the United States, except the motherfuckers in the United States that built the fucking United States. It's fucking ridiculous to me. That's all I gotta say.
All right, Ray, do you have something you want to say on the topic of reparations? Okay, I guess she's just listening.
Are you talking to me?
Okay, all right. Okay, yeah, what they could do, it just hit me right now, Brother Jay, right?
Oh, was it on me?
Yeah.
Was it on me?
These goddamn casinos that you got in California, here in Nevada, right? New Jersey, right? Lottery money from the various states. There's your goddamn reparations right there. Understand?
Yeah.
And it ain't costing them shit.
Yeah. But they all owe.
That did just hit me just now.
It's not just the government that owes, though. They can start with the government. But the banks, all the institutions owe.
All that, Brother Che, all that. And the goddamn Federal Reserve, because they stole the money from the goddamn Freedmen's Bank to start the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, they parlay it to the point where they were able to create the Federal Reserve, correct?
Yes, sir, which is a private corporation. All right. And then with these damn casinos, they could pay the reparations on that. Or have a national, have the motherfuckers in that goddamn kangaroo ass Congress says, you know what? To pay these black folks, yeah, all 50 states, we're opening up fucking casinos. You see what I'm saying? And that's how we're going to pay the reparations.
Jason Black just started up out of nowhere. Okay. All right, so moving along, because I know Shabak is pressed for time. And you got a conservative state.
Yeah. And this is going to be my last issue, Brother Che, to keep the data for Tuesday, you know.
Well, yeah, you definitely want to stay for this one, Shabaka. So the untold story of dark-skinned, otherwise known as Black Native Americans or New Native Black Americans, as we were originally termed by Dr. Claude Anderson. That history that we were already here, as so many scholars and contemporaries.
You got 2 missing links, Brother Che, as you're well aware of. But I'll listen to him.
They're not missing Shabaka. But you received the answers to these supposed missing links. It's still not resonating, but hopefully this video will help in that comprehension of where we're coming from when we say that we were already here.
History is a subject that has rarely been taught to its true, full story. What if I told you that the identity of Native Americans most of you think you know is far from being complete? There was a chapter about Native Americans that was hidden, suppressed, and intentionally wiped away. A people whose legacy intertwines deeply with the ancient root of Black Americans. For many centuries, this truth has been hidden beneath several misrepresentations and silence. The dark-skinned Native Americans were not an exception. They were a significant part of the rich heritage of indigenous cultures across the Americas. Unfortunately, colonialism, systemic racism, and the false stories of history have left these narratives nearly forgotten. Today, the connection between Native Americans and African Americans remains misunderstood or commonly ignored. The story doesn't end there. It's time to expose the shocking truth about the dark-skinned Native Americans, uncovering their origins, their contributions, and how their erasure has influenced and refined the identity of Black Americans in ways you can't even think of. This revelation isn't just one of those stories about the past. It's a revelation that challenges everything we think we know about race, identity, and belonging.
Of the Zulu Empire?
Stick around as we uncover the untold history of dark-skinned Native Americans and reveal their undeniable connection to Black Americans. At the end of this journey,
please continue.
You'll never look at history the same way again.
And then
Give this video a thumbs up.
I got to save the data.
Okay, well, you got to actually listen to about this so you can soak up the knowledge, the information of what it is they're conveying. I think they played that clip to show there is a connection there between the Zulu, the Africans, and the Black indigenous people that were already here. I think
explain the C curve.
Zulu yesterday.
Okay. Explain the C curve. I'm yet to get an explanation on the C curve because every last one that I saw, I've traveled in every state of the Western United States.
Man, we don't need another explanation of the goddamn C curve. We already know.
I'm just stating fact.
Shabaka, you already got the answer. You're not computing it. It's not sinking in. And this is what we mean by the elders are setting their ways, is setting a certain way of thinking that when new knowledge is presented to them, they have a hard time grasping it or putting it together, otherwise known as cognitive.
You have to be inaugurated.
I think you just play with us, Jesse. You know he knows already. You just toy with your emotions just to get a rise out of you. I'm on to you, Shabaka. Carry on, Jesse.
No, I'm not doing that. No. Let me say in my defense. Okay, no, I'm not doing that. I'm just going by of the time that I've been here, I've traveled in every Western state, okay? I'm yet to see Native American women with the C curve. I'm not saying
you're saying too much.
I'm not saying it does not exist. That's all I'm saying.
When all I'm saying is you're saying too much and you're being almost disruptive.
All I'm saying is we already know where it came from. Let's just let it go. Man, fucking white girls are missing 12 o'clock. That's it. 6 o'clock, whatever. Straight up and down, no fucking body. They just cold and frigid like everything else. Just like the white man. But we already know where the C curve comes from, okay? We already know. And thank you very much, ancestors. Carry on.
Yes, and what Sabaka keeps alluding,
I think you just went with you because you falling for it. I'm like over it.
No, I'm not doing that at all. No, I'm not doing that at all. I'm just going by of what I've lived through, what I saw. That's all that I'm doing. You know what I'm saying? And I really wish somebody would tell me where all this damn gold is in the motherfucking Grand Canyon, because I drive over there.
Shabaka, you're being real disruptive right now. This is not Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. This is Frontline Black News. And we gotta have some kind of structure, decorum to this show, because it's an all-out arena, and we're not Black Sun. This is not Black Sun's program.
You know what you talking about, Jesse? We're on topic. He's the only one that said, and you just said it like I said. I think you just played. We're on point. I don't know why we're on point. Go ahead and play the clip, cuz. Go ahead and play the clip. There is decorum. We're actually on point. It's just you.
All right, let's see what he's working with. Let's see what he's working with.
Right. He's just toying with you. He's like antagonistic. Yeah, you right now.
No,
like
not at all.
Jesse be doing it too. It's all right. You just be antagonizing. Just be antagonizing you too. It's like doo-doo. I'm already.
As we begin our journey. When you hear the term Native American, what image comes to mind? For most individuals, it's a narrow and often overused word that portrays plain tribes, feathered headdresses, and lighter skin tones. But this common depiction ignores the wide diversity of indigenous peoples, including those with darker skin tones who were vibrantly doing well across the Americas before European contact. The truth is that Native American cultures were as diverse as the lands they inhabited. Indigenous peoples developed unique ways of life that were influenced by their environments, from the snow-covered tundras of the Arctic to the tropical rainforests of Central America. And among them were dark-skinned tribes that were commonly overlooked. Yet
What happened to the video? It freeze up?
It's a signal, so we just gotta wait for it to catch up.
Trump's probably gonna.
Yeah.
So Trump
contributed significantly to this rich tapestry of civilizations. Native tribes, whose physical appearances challenge their already existing perception of race and ethnicity. For instance, the Yamasee people of the southeastern United States. Historical records describe members of this tribe as having dark skin, which is a feature that is commonly ignored or downplayed in mainstream narratives. Similar accounts also exist for other tribes, like the Washita, who are perceived to have thrived in the lower Mississippi Valley, and have long been celebrated by some historians and researchers as evidence of the diversity among native populations. Additionally, modern sciences have also provided some clues. The study of genetics revealed that the native populations of the Americas were not monolithic. They had a wide array of genetic markers, some of which had dominant traits that were associated with African populations. This diversity aligns with oral histories that speak of migrations, ancient connections, and interactions that occurred long before colonization. Now the question is, why then are these dark-skinned Native Americans rarely acknowledged in historical narratives? The answer lies in the deliberate crafting of history by colonial powers, whose intent was to divide and conquer by imposing rigid racial categories. These categories erased the complexity of indigenous identities and stripped away the visibility of darker-skinned tribes, replacing them with a one-dimensional narrative that had so many untold stories. Having a good understanding of this diversity is crucial for straightening historical inaccuracies, and also for honoring the full spectrum of Native American heritage. Dark-skinned Native Americans were not anomalies. They played a significant role in America's indigenous culture as leaders, warriors, healers, and builders of civilizations. This lays the foundation for the connections between
I think it was like Choctaws, some tribe. I think it was one that Mike TV is from.
Their existence
If I'm
and the
not correct.
unraveling of the history that
Don't
sought
quote me on that though,
to
because
erase them.
they
When
kind of
history is
whitewashed
observed
them
through
out
an
and then
unfiltered
started
lens,
bringing
it
back
often reveals
the
surprising
black,
connections.
the black
To
ones.
uncover this truth,
Oh, well, there you go.
we must
Yes,
travel
yes,
back
yes.
thousands of years, several decades before the arrival of European colonizers, to trace the pathways of humanity itself. Let's begin with the cradle of humanity, Africa. Scientists widely agree that all modern humans had their origin in Africa over 200,000 years ago. There was a wave of migration that spread across the globe and influenced the genetic and cultural diversity of the vast human populations. Among these waves were groups of individuals who traveled to the Americas through ancient land bridges and sea routes, carrying with them the seeds of complex societies. One of the most well-known theories of early migration is the Bering Land Bridge, which was a land extension that connected Siberia and Alaska during the last ice age. This route allowed ancient peoples to cross into the Americas and eventually spread ACR the continents. However, this is only part of the story. Emerging evidence suggests that other less conventional routes may have brought people to the Americas, and these routes are where the connections to dark-skinned Native Americans become even more intriguing. Consider the Olmec civilization, which is one of the earliest advanced societies in Mesoamerica. The Olmecs, who thrived around 1200 BCE, left behind colossal stone heads, of which some display features that many historians and researchers associate with African phenotypes. These artifacts have aroused a serious question. Were these features coincidental, or do they point to ancient transatlantic contact between Africa and the Americas? Individuals who were in support of the transatlantic contact theory argue that ancient Africans possessed the maritime technology to cross the Atlantic. Historical records from ancient Egypt, for instance, describe the use of reed boats that are capable of moving through the open waters. Beyond physical artifacts, several cultural similarities between African and Native American societies hint at possible interactions. Similarities in culture, spiritual practices, agricultural practices, and architectural styles suggest that ideas may have traveled across the Atlantic. For example, both African and pre-Columbian American cultures revered the concept of the world tree, a symbolic connection between the heavens, earth, and the underworld. Scientists have also begun to explore these connections through genetic studies. While the dominant narrative attributes Native American ancestry primarily to East Asian populations, some studies have revealed traces of genetic markers typically associated with African lineage. These findings, though controversial, open the door to re-examining long-held assumptions about the people of the Americas. Anthropological evidence further complicates the narrative. In Brazil, the discovery of a 12,000-year-old skeleton named Lucia challenged the traditional perception of Native American ancestry. Lucia's skull had several features that are commonly found in the African population. This suggests that early migrations to the Americas may have been far more diverse than we may have previously believed. Trade networks also played a significant role in promoting connections between distant civilizations. Although the transatlantic trade of the colonial era is usually related to exploitation and slavery, ancient trade routes likely promoted cultural exchanges long before. Some historians argue that seafaring Africans could have introduced goods, technologies, and ideas to the Americas, which contributed to the rich diversity of the pre-Columbian societies. These connections were not limited to material goods. African and Native American languages had vocal similarities. Instance, certain words and phonetic patterns that were found in the languages of West African tribes and indigenous Caribbean peoples had striking similarities. Such linguistic ties may be a subtle yet profound reminder of ancient relationships. Even within the Native American communities, the diversity of physical appearances tells a story of complexity within its origins. From the darker-skinned populations of the Caribbean to the indigenous peoples of the southeastern United States, their features were a display of a blend between ancient migrations, environmental adaptations, and intermingling with other groups. Oral tradition that was passed down through generations also supports the existence of ancient connections. Stories of visitors from across the sea bearing gifts and news are common in the lore of many indigenous tribes. These narratives, often dismissed by Western historians, may hold stories of truth about forgotten chapters in human history. Despite the clear evidence, the idea of ancient African connections to the Americas remains a controversial topic. Mainstream academia often gives blind eyes to theories that challenge these already established narratives. However, as discoveries emerge and old biases are being questioned, the possibility of such connections gains more credibility. The evidence linking dark-skinned Native Americans to ancient migrations and possible African contact brings us to rethink what we know about the past. These connections are not just historical footnotes, but are vital pieces of a larger puzzle that reveals the true identity of the Americas and its people. With the arrival of European colonizers in the Americas, the lives and histories of Native peoples were changed forever. For dark-skinned Native Americans, the colonization era marked the beginning of an intentional act to wipe their presence and suppress their identities. This erasure was not a coincidence, but a deliberate, systematic, and deeply rooted in the colonizers' ideology of racial hierarchy and control. Colonial powers approached the Americas with one primary objective: to claim land, resources, and dominance. They needed to dismantle indigenous societies and impose their structures for them to achieve this. At the center of this strategy was the creation of racial categories that were designed to divide and conquer. These categories, Black, White, and Native, were strictly implemented, leaving no room for the complexities of identity that existed in pre-colonial societies. Dark-skinned Native Americans who didn't fit neatly into these imposed classifications were often redefined or often erased. Colonial laws made this erasure an official policy. For example, the Spanish casta system meticulously grouped individuals based on their racial heritage and assigned rights and privileges according to these groups. Dark-skinned Native Americans were commonly mistaken as Black or African, which stripped them of their indigenous status and posed them to the lowest tiers of society. Similar practices emerged in English colonies, with laws that deliberately blurred the lines between African-descended people and dark-skinned natives. This further obscures their distinct identities. One of the most thrilling consequences of this misclassification was the enslavement of dark-skinned Native Americans. Indigenous peoples, especially those with darker skin, were also subjected to slavery, while the transatlantic slave trade brought millions of Africans to the Americas. Colonial records show countless scenarios where dark-skinned natives were apprehended, labeled as Africans, and sold into bondage. This practice exploited their labor and also erased their cultural and historical identities. The erasure wasn't limited to individuals alone, but it extended across entire cultures. Colonizing countries destroyed native artifacts, suppressed indigenous languages, and banned spiritual practices. Dark-skinned Native Americans who were already marginalized by racial classification faced additional challenges in preserving their traditions. Their oral histories were often dismissed by European historians, lost, or even disregarded, creating a gap in the historical record that persists to this day. Religion became another strategy of suppression. Missionaries perceived indigenous beliefs as pagan and sought to replace them with Christianity. For dark-skinned natives, conversion often came with an additional layer of discrimination, as their physical appearance subjected them to the same racial prejudices that many African-descended peoples faced. Baptismal records from colonial churches frequently listed dark-skinned natives as Negroes or mulattoes, which erases their indigenous identity even further. As European settlers grew larger towards the west, the propagation of native peoples began to spread even more. Dark-skinned Native Americans were not spared from these brutal policies. The erasure of indigenous dark-skinned natives from the narrative was compounded by policies that defined native identity based on blood quantum, a concept that often excluded individuals with African ancestry from being recognized as indigenous. This narrative has remained untold. This erasure continued into the 19th and 20th centuries through assimilation policies. Boarding schools was a strategy designed to kill the Indian and save the man, targeted Native children, removing them from their families and cultures. Dark-skinned Native children experienced an additional challenge, as their appearance subjected them to harsher and more strict treatment that often resulted in their complete separation from their communities. Despite these efforts, traces of dark-skinned Native Americans persist today. Oral histories within African American and indigenous communities speak of shared ancestry, intermarriage, and cultural similarities. Yet, the colonial narrative that sought to erase these connections has persisted in influencing how history is taught and understood. Today, researchers and activists are challenging the colonial narrative as they uncover records, artifacts, and stories that make the history of dark-skinned Native Americans visible. These efforts reveal the resilience of these communities and their lasting impact on the cultural fabric of America. The colonization era sought to erase dark-skinned Native Americans, but their legacy remains steadfast. We honor their resilience, but also challenge the systems of oppression that continue to influence our understanding of history by reclaiming this story. The truth, once suppressed, is now finding its voice. Throughout history, the Americas have been a melting pot of cultures, traditions, and identities. Among the most profound and often overlooked intersections is that of Native American and African American communities. This cultural fusion, which was born out of shared struggles and resilience, has shaped the identities of numerous individuals and continues to influence the social and cultural fabric of the
drunk
United
motherfucker
States.
Christopher Columbus.
The intersection of Native and African American identities has roots in resistance and survival. During the era of slavery, thousands of enslaved Africans escaped the brutal conditions of plantations,
but we be driving
and
around
sought sanctuary among indigenous
I
tribes.
took that person.
Tribes like Seminole, Creek, and Cherokee offered protection and also integrated these individuals into their communities, creating a unique cultural blend. The Black Seminoles are one of the most well-known examples of this intersection. Fleeing from slavery in the southern United States, these individuals found a haven among the Seminole tribe in Florida. Over time, they adopted some aspects of Seminole culture while also preserving African traditions. This created a distinct hybrid identity. They fought against U.S. forces in the Seminole Wars together, resisting attempts to return them to slavery. However, this alliance also had its challenges. As the U.S. government sought to displace native tribes through policies like the Indian Removal Act, many African-descended individuals who had been integrated into these tribes became vulnerable to its consequences. In some cases, treaties between tribes and the U.S. government included clauses that affected the status of black men. Is a display of shared cultural elements that have endured for generations. Spirituality has been a cornerstone of the culture cultural intersection. African spiritual traditions have their emphasis on ancestral reverence and nature, which is a found common ground with Native American beliefs. This shared spiritual framework is often displayed in ceremonial practices that combine African and indigenous elements. These rituals not only provided a sense of community, but also served as acts of resistance against the erasure of their identities. The Reconstruction era brought new challenges and opportunities for Native and African American communities. The United States struggled with the after effects of the Civil War. Many formerly enslaved individuals sought to rebuild their lives. In some regions, they reconnected with Native tribes, rebuilding cultural exchanges. However, systemic racism and discriminatory policies often sought to divide these communities, creating tensions that lingered into the 20th century. One of the most controversial aspects of this intersection was the Dawes Rolls, which was a federal initiative to allot land to Native Americans in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The process required individuals to register their racial identity, often forcing those of mixed African and Native descent to choose between their roots. Many were classified as freedmen, a term used for African Americans, rather than being recognized as complete indigenous members. This classification denied them from owning land and other tribal benefits. This act perpetuates economic and social inequalities. Despite this systemic demarcation, the cultural intersection between Native and African Americans was expressed in art, literature, and music. The Harlem Renaissance, a cultural explosion of African American creativity in the early 20th century, included contributions from individuals of mixed heritage. Writers like Langston Hughes and musicians like Duke Ellington drew inspiration from both African and indigenous traditions, weaving them into the broader tapestry of the American culture. In modern times, the legacy of this intersection still endures. Powwows, which is a traditionally indigenous gathering, often feature elements that were influenced by African American culture, such as jazz-inspired rhythms and dance patterns. Similarly, Juneteenth celebrations, which commemorate the emancipation of enslaved African identities, is a source of both pride and complexity. They honor the resilience of their ancestors who built bonds even amid intense adversity. Their stories challenge the rigid racial categories that were imposed by colonialism and offer an understanding of American history. Today, activists are endlessly working to reclaim the history and heritage of those at the intersection of Native and African American identities. They employ methods like research, storytelling, and cultural preservation. They aim to shed light on a narrative that has been overshadowed for far too long. Their efforts celebrate the unique contributions of these communities and also combat against the forces of erasure and division. The cultural intersection of Native and African American identities is a true testament to the resilience and adaptability of these communities. It is a story of survival, innovation, and unity in the face of intense challenges. For centuries, the stories of dark-skinned Native Americans and their connections to African Americans have been swept under the carpet, distorted, or completely erased. But today, an increasing movement is working to reclaim this hidden history. History, as it has been taught, is oftentimes used as a weapon of omission. Textbooks have traditionally presented Native Americans as a monolithic group and portrayed Africans as newcomers to the Americas, who arrived solely through the transatlantic slave trade. This narrow perspective overlooks the complexities of pre-Columbian societies and the centuries of interactions between Native Americans and Africans. By confronting these omissions, we can begin to paint a fuller picture of the past. Historians and archaeologists have gone through painstaking research in have enabled individuals to trace their ancestry roots with unprecedented precision. For many African Americans, these tests have exposed an attachment to Native American heritage, validating oral histories that were once dismissed by mainstream historians. Genetic evidence has also revealed patterns of migration and interaction that further agree with the narrative of a deep and enduring connection between these communities. Oral history is also of equal importance. For both Native and African American communities, storytelling has been pivotal in preserving their culture. These stories are being passed down through generations. They have preserved knowledge of shared ancestry, alliances, and cultural exchanges. By watching this video, we honor the wisdom of those who came before and ensure that their experiences are not forgotten. Activists and educators are the pioneers of this movement, creating spaces for discussion and learning. Workshops and conferences dedicated to exploring the intersections of Native and African American histories are gaining traction. These events provide platforms for scholars, artists, and community members to share their findings and personal experiences. They also challenge the audience to question and rethink the narratives they've been taught over the years. Education is also another powerful tool for reclaiming history. Across the country, teachers are incorporating new materials that highlight the contributions and experiences of dark-skinned Native Americans. These lessons provide a more accurate representation of history and also empower students to see themselves reflected in the stories of the past. Museums and cultural institutions are also essential and play a crucial role. In the digital age, social media has become a powerful tool for reclaiming history. Influencers and content creators are using blogs, YouTube videos, and podcasts to reach a wide range of audiences across the globe. With a blend of academic research and accessible storytelling, they are making this history available to a new generation. Their work is not only educational, but also inspiring, encouraging others to explore their heritage and question historical narratives. Reclaiming history also requires a systemic change. Advocates are pushing for policy reforms to ensure that school curriculums include the full scope of American history, including the contributions and experiences of dark-skinned Native Americans. These efforts are projected to dismantle the legacy of erasure and create a more inclusive educational system. For many descendants, reclaiming history is a deeply personal pursuit. They are reconnecting with ancestral traditions, learning indigenous languages, and participating in ceremonies that were once forbidden. This cultural revival is a testament to the enduring spirit of these communities and their commitment to preserving their cultural heritage. Art and literature have also become powerful mediums for reviving history. Writers, painters, and filmmakers are exploring themes of identity, resilience, and cultural intersection in their art and literary works. Not only do these creative expressions educate, but also resonate on a deeply emotional level. This promotes empathy and understanding. Community events celebrating shared heritage are bringing people together in various ways. These festivals that feature music, dance, food, and storytelling serve as reminders of the strength that comes from unity. They also provide opportunities for younger generations to learn about their roots and connect with others who share dark-skinned Native Americans, and their connections to African Americans is way beyond an act of honoring the lives and legacies of those who were silenced. By uncovering these truths, we not only uncover the true narrative, but also build a foundation for a future where all voices ought to keep both Native Americans and African slaves subjugated. They chose to emphasize heavily the differences rather than commonalities. This was part of the creation of the racialized social order. Mixed-race individuals, including those with both African and Native American heritage, were often placed in a no-man's land where they were denied the full rights and privileges of either group. Colonizers imposed racial categories that not only separated different people, but also subjugated them under a single, overarching social hierarchy. And yet, throughout this, there were still dark-skinned Native Americans who were descendants of African slaves or indigenous people, who resisted this racialization by holding on to their ancestral identities. They fought to preserve their cultural heritage, even as history tried to erase it. The systematic destruction of cultural records was also a vital tool in the suppression of these histories. As European powers expanded, so too did the effort to control knowledge itself. While some colonizers were tasked with learning about the indigenous peoples they encountered, their primary mission was to conquer. The recording of indigenous cultures, languages, and traditions was destroyed with a narrow lens, one shaped by European cultures and priorities. Often dehumanized in the process in lineages, the loss of these records had extreme consequences for future generations. Without written documentation, it became easy to argue that these dark-skinned Native Americans never existed in the first place or that their presence was insignificant. Even worse, as settler colonialism began to spread widely, the very act of preserving such histories began to be labeled as a public crime. By removing the evidence of these native peoples from the historical record, colonizers could justify further subjugation, and their power remained unchecked. These practices were not limited to the era of colonialism. As the United States was formed, this systemic racism continued to influence the narrative of Native Americans, especially those who were dark-skinned. Many tribes, especially in the Southeast, had long intermarried with enslaved Africans, creating a unique mix of identities. Yet, as the nation expanded, the U.S. government began to impose racial categorization that would define the lives of Native Americans for generations. The so-called one-drop rule, which held that any amount of African ancestry classified someone as Black, was applied indiscriminately, even to Native Americans who had African ancestry. This erased the specific Native identities of these mixed-race individuals and relegated them to the status of Black. Additionally, the infamous Indian Removal Act of the 1830s, which forcibly relocated thousands of Native Americans from their ancestral lands. Dark-skinned Native American communities like Seminoles were affected. These tribes were completely ignored in official records, which made their existence and struggles harder to document and understand. Many dark-skinned Native Americans were pressured to assimilate or be labeled as Black, further erasing their Native identity. The consequences of this erasure are still felt today as we continue to fight for a more inclusive and truthful history. If you've watched to this point, like this video, comment "True Identity" and share it with a friend. Let's spread the truth about the true history of the African descent together.
Right on. Yep, that's what we've been saying. That's what FBA's been saying for the longest now. But when we bring it up to the Pan-Africanists, they can't handle it. We have to come to grips with it, Black family. We were already here. Only 4 to 6% of those that were transported during the transatlantic slave trade actually set foot in what is now the United States of America. So that tells you we were already here. And shout out to Tariq Nasheed for the Maroons, the American Maroons. Another awesome documentary he did showed this relationship and this connection between the Black and Aboriginal, Indigenous people, Native people, and the Africans that were kidnapped from Africa, which formed the ethnogenesis and created us, the foundation of Black Americans, descendants of American child slavery freedmen. The Seminoles didn't stop fighting until to the very end. Yeah, they didn't. And like the video said a lot of those tribes, those Black indigenous tribes, they were reclassified as Black, Negro, and colored. So that history was lost, that culture was lost, that lineage was lost because Virginia, what was it? The Virginia Company had reclassified all the Black indigenous people as dark-skinned and Aboriginal people as Black, Negro, and colored. So they put them all in the same category, and that history was lost. So Leonard is saying that we have more in common, or more commonly related to Brazilians living in the favelas, ghettos, than we are of these Hemites, the African government colonizers. Jedi mind tricks, Mike strikes again, aka the hijack. Yep. That's why they keep telling us, we come from Africa, because they want us to take our focus off of the land that's right here beneath our feet, that we had occupied and controlled for centuries. They didn't want us to know that. All right, that's my thoughts. Lady Shay, what are your thoughts on?
Yeah, my thoughts are around the same thing. I think that I reflect on a time when, I had to go to Job Corps, and it was supposed to be Native American Job Corps. And, my villain had said that, Lakota Sioux and such, and I went with that thought, I didn't really know, just taking it on our word, because I was already in the system. I was already in, word of state, and that's kind of like my last little option before they locked me up in actual baby jail to actual real jail. It's kind of like your last resort. And I remember going, and the time I had there was like 30 days of motherfucking utter hell, because they immediately looked at me and said I didn't look like them and I wasn't like them. Immediately called me the N-word or Mexican or whatever, but made it really fucking ugly for me. Like constantly, it's just me and like everybody felt like I was like, man, like big ass bitches, man, big ass heavy-handed motherfucking bitches. Fucking my life all up, and they ended up getting thrown out for no reason, really no reason. In my opinion, they were lying on me. Anyway, I ended up coming back home. What I learned from all that was like, man, these motherfucking ugly ass bitches, like these ugly ass people, and it only confused me more when I got back. I felt like I flashed back to there, and then I flashed back to right now in the present. A conversation I had with Brother Elia. But Elia said some shit to me that, like, one time when we were on his broadcast, that really kind of made me feel better. It explained it to me that, they gave me a hard time when I was like, well, shit, where the pretty was at, like you see out of the movies, They gave me a hard time because they were on stolen land. Them people don't belong there. They're not the right ones, and they kind of, run in a roundabout way. That's what you said. It kind of made a lot of sense to me then. It's like, well, shit, no wonder they called me that. Cause it wasn't the first time somebody had called me the N-word. It wasn't the first time. I was just like, man, they probably just checking out the air or something, right? It was weird. I was like, damn, man, he made total sense that day. And now, the more I learned, I was like, no wonder I connected more with the Aboriginal or Aboriginals and the chiefs and stuff in Louisiana, the black ones. I was like, no wonder I more felt like aligned with that. And it made more sense. And then the more I looked into it, and the more I read, and the more I was like, finding out shit that I was completely denied of, like intentionally on purpose due to racism, white supremacy. And I was like, this is some bullshit. This is some motherfucking bullshit. The more I learn every fucking day, I'm like, yeah, we could have came from any motherfucking port. We could have came from anywhere. They always want to focus just on the South. They never want to really talk about the northern areas, or like, the West Coast or Mexico or any of that other shit, South America, Central America, whatever. Is that South America, Central America? They never want to talk about those areas. And so I find myself watching these little documentaries like the one I showed you, Jesse. I said, "Oh, that's my boy. Look, watch." And he had a little documentary. I think it's like Czech, right? And I was like, "God damn, man, into Mexico." And he's, he always goes to places where black people are. He went to Brazil too, So I was like, "Geez, cuz like we could have been anywhere. We could have been anywhere, not just here. The ones that were here, they enslaved too." Like it's all one big motherfucker. Let's just grab these what's up, and they say they didn't. There's whereas like no, these people weren't here. Goddamn right, we've been here. We've been here, but we could have came from anywhere either. We didn't just necessarily come from Mexico or excuse me, Africa. It just seems like they don't know, And whatever's written down, it's like, is it really the truth? I got questions now. I always got questions every time I learn something new. I listen to this shit. I'm like, man, they just keep fucking us and fucking us and fucking us. You know what I mean? Like, they just keep fucking us. So like midway of that, I was like, God damn, they did something to us again. They took us off this. They say can't use freedmen and freedmen like intentionally, like in almost like they fucked us using that. You know what I mean? We still got denied all kind of shit. See? Man. I just like, the way I look, that has me asking questions, and I'm having a side conversation that led me onto another motherfucking deep dive of history. I'm like, God damn it, man. Like, you just don't know, And when you do these tests, it's like, I ran it one time on the RVA. You do a genealogy test, you do a little genetic test. All that shit is being stolen and used somewhere else. You know what I mean? There's plenty of fucking thorough insight on that now. That they're taking your fucking genetics and you're taking your little math code and they fucking use it for other shit. You dig? So it's like, man, I don't want to trust that. I don't know what to do. With motherfuckers like me, don't know what to do sometimes. And it just happened. Look, you see how they classified mixtures, mixed races, mixed mixtures in that shit. I was like, God damn, man, this is fucked up. This is a fucked up ass little documentary you showed us, Jesse. I'm just saying, it's a fucked up little documentary. The way it even read, the way it wrote, the history of dark-skinned Native Americans. Just say black Indians, or you know what I mean? Like, we already knew they were native black Americans. Jesus Christ. Yeah, that's funny, Jesse. You're being funny right there. I think I've never been on a reservation. I've never been on a reservation. Did have a sister that was Native American. Her mama was black and Native. Fuck, man. Do you remember what Christina's mama was? Cause what type of Indian she was? I forgot what. Oh my God, I forgot. It'll come to me. All right, it will come. That lady was like really, really, really dark, like really black. She was really black. She had a whole family of black people, right? Sacramento, and she was a big old lady, and when her hair was jet black and straight, and you see the Native American in her, but it's long jet black hair. Man, she'd drink you under the table. But my friend that I went to school with, I was in foster care for like a long time. But when I went to school with her, the mother had, she was mixed. She was mixed with white. I didn't know her daddy, right? But I knew the family really well. That lady wanted to adopt me, and that shit didn't go down. However, seeing all that family on that side, they came from Sacramento. They were all black. They were all Indian. You did? I should maybe remember that right now. Go ahead, Jesse. Whoever else is talking shit. That was a fucked up little documentary you showed right there.
Yeah. But it was much needed.
Much needed, yeah.
I'm trying to remember the tribe that you're talking about. But their sister Bianca's always talking about it.
Man, you saw that picture she showed just the other day? Man, that was like a fucking look at history like no other.
Yep. And he was powwowing.
Yeah. That was a beautiful picture.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
When that picture was taken, he was 126.
God damn. Yeah, that's right. He was standing there. That shit looked so fucking. He looked solid then. You know what I mean? Like, you know, as I say, black don't crack. You look at real black Indians, native Indians, or Aboriginals. You know what I mean? They really don't crack.
Well, recently, our sister,
That's just true.
My birthday twin Aaliyah, she's native. She's black indigenous.
Mm-hmm.
But see, when they
you see how they act with me, Jesse? The alleged Native Americans / Chicanos that are not really admitting the Chicano part, but are saying Native American Indians, and we still like, yeah, you light skinned motherfuckers are $5 Indians, right?
Yeah.
See how they treat me?
Yep.
In person, they don't even like me. They won't look at me or anything. It's really weird. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they paint all the Native Americans with this broad brush. That they all look this way, and they all this certain color or tone, but they're very diverse.
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was going to say one last thing, but go ahead. Everything's been whitewashed. You know, that's when they started watching in the beginning. It seems like everything was whitewashed.
He's a $5 Indian.
She is. That's a Cool Keezy said in his song.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. You can get our funky ass on too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So like I keep Shabaka had to bid us a good night. He's trying to conserve his data, but I know this topic was going to conflict with his way of thinking, because we all been fed the same story that we all came from Africa, and that's African out of Africa theory and the Bering Straits theory.
I tell you, man, like every day there's some new information that you find that it's really disheartening sometimes. Even right now, like side conversation, I'm over here having a side conversation with my brother, and on some others, it's kind of like similar, but we're on like the same topic, but just a different part of the topic. And it's like even something that my brother just said right now was like all brand new information, and I was just sitting here with the wow look in my mind, and just thinking like, fuck, man, like it just constantly keeps evolving, and you're like, is this new information, or is this shit that they dusted off the tracks and decided to present as new? Did I really miss this part?
It's some shit that they didn't tell us.
Right. I feel like cheated, robbed. I feel angry. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I'm mad, but let's find our own information.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because you see, when we find our own information, it's
just fucking crazy. There you have it. I felt like I don't know who to be mad at. I don't know what to be mad about. Yeah, sometimes I feel like that's the confusion too. That's
y'all mad. Y'all AI image turned me into a girl.
Mm-hmm.
But no, that's a real image of wait, watch this, right? Look at this. Hold on. Look at my picture, right? Like, look at me, and then look at the AI image.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, y'all nuts, man. Fuck y'all.
Right.
Fuck y'all.
That's the look I had on my face watching the documentary and listening to my brother taking notes. I was in there like, God
but
damn,
I ain't no girl, but that is my facial expression right there. Like, what the
man,
fuck?
this is fucked up. Right. And I said, just really a fucked up ass documentary.
Like that AI image looks exactly like my facial expression, but I ain't no girl.
Right.
Like, damn.
Oh my god, damn it.
So we're always talking about we were lied to. So if
Man
we
lied
to, then why are we still going with this out of Africa theory? Why are we still going with this Bering Strait theory?
Habit.
No, the Bering Strait came 12,000 years ago out of Africa. Like, it's all been debunked, though. I'm with you, Che. Like, it's all been debunked. We've been here 30,000 years at the least. We've been here 800,000 years at the most. You get me? Like, we always been here. Like, this our land.
Right. That's why they want us to stay diverted on this far off continent that they keep telling us is our homeland, and it's not our homeland. And we have.
They want to say we Africans and shit.
Yeah, and you see the other documentaries with the other countries where there actually are black people, like Brazil and all that shit.
Right, Australia, South India, South Asia, and all that shit. It's black
like,
people
are
there.
laughing at us because we're dumb. And they were dumb because they know we don't. You mean? And like they've been seeing it from a different angle, and we're like going through the light. You know what I mean? Like, fuck, man, I feel like you know what I mean? Fuck.
Look, hey, do you have a sister?
Me? A real life sister? Like,
you have a sister?
Genetics? Of my genetics? No. I just got a brother.
I ain't gay.
Got a brother. Just got a brother.
I wish you had a sister.
No, actually, I really didn't want a sister. I really
Che, you hear I'm trying to holler to?
Yeah, I see what you're trying to do.
I wish she had a sister.
She got a best friend, but she's not codified, so I wouldn't recommend her.
Not even that, but who knows where my sister is? You know, even if that's the case.
No, Che said you got a girlfriend, but she's not on code. So he wouldn't want to send me. He wouldn't want to send me to that girl because girlfriend. Che just told me. I
know what he said, but you don't know her like I know her. Like, I don't give a fuck what he said.
She's not on code, so Che's not gonna give me her.
Okay, and she says things that upset the balance of it.
Why you got friends that ain't on code?
No, don't say it like that. You just don't understand. She thinks on a different level.
No, she don't understand.
She do get it. She on a different level with her mindset. You know,
so why Tay ain't gonna give me to her?
First of all,
she off code.
She move around way too much. She do way different things. So when she is around, if I see her, she ain't been around since like for a minute, but she's been doing some things, getting herself together, right? However, when she comes back around,
come on, you ain't get look. We're live. Stop doing that. Stop doing that. We're live.
We'll just say whatever. They don't get along.
But Tay, figure out her sister, then maybe she get on code.
No, she on code. She just say shit to antagonize him. They don't get along. You know what I mean? Well, naturally, she don't like it.
I was talking to my people earlier. I said, it's why I don't have another child. Like, I got a daughter. She's 20, like 21 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not having no more children until I find a girl that's on code.
Right. I could dig it. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah, she's not on code.
That's his opinion.
Right, that's what I thought. You said, your sister trying to give me a girl that's not on code.
No, that's his opinion.
I can't go.
That's his opinion because she don't like him and she fuck with him. She antagonizes him, and you know, I can't really say too much about that. However, she is because she's way beyond it, you know, because the things she says is like things that, you know,
Hey Jesse. Yes. Respectfully. Respectfully to your girl.
For the straight
we just don't believe you.
Yeah, no. Right now. I know it's my
Respectfully.
whole fucking light, dude. My whole fucking light.
We just don't believe.
Now she don't like him, and he doesn't like the things she says. It's a thing, you know what I mean?
Like she has black dots, but her actions are not reflective of that.
That's what.
Oh man, Jesse, what's going on with your mic?
That's what he says. In her defense, I don't say it in her defense. She just don't like him. She from the South, and so she used to a type of Southern.
Why is your mic so good instead of Jesse?
She don't like the way he behaved, so she just antagonizes him.
Why is your mic so good instead of Jesse's? Why you didn't get Jesse one of your mics?
And my shit is on a actual Wi-Fi that I paid for, and my computer good, and I'm sitting right up on it. But if I really want to get crazy with it, I just plug in my actual microphone into the shit, and it'll be really on. I just, I'm just not don't want to showboat and let Jesse run his show. I was only gonna slip off into the darkness. Remember, I'm only here in spirit. And let Jesse run his shit, you know what I mean? Because we ain't on the RVA. That's why I gotta sit back and be quiet. Because I promised him I'll be quiet. Go ahead, Jesse.
Yeah.
I'm trying to sit here quiet. Yeah.
So her speech is on point, but her actions are not.
That's again his opinion. That lady is from the South, Louisiana, from Lake Charles. Very educated, very black educated, very black minded. What she's saying is like she antagonizes him because she kind of talk like say like a little bit of like Charleston whitish, you know what I mean? Just a little bit. So certain things are kind of like antagonistic to us on code. And I'm like, I'm on a program. I'm just following the program. You know what I mean? Like,
right.
Like that. That's my opinion. However, I know her and I know what her spirit is. Sometimes some things just they are right to each other's systems. You know what I mean? So she's not for everybody. And she's definitely not like her mindset is definitely antagonistic towards Jesse's mindset. And that's why they differ. She's not a like the Southern men type, like she's she just used to that. And that's what she wants to see with her friend, and he a different individual. And she's like, no. And I love Jesse.
All right, here's how I'm finna say.
You dig?
I love being on with y'all. I got to go to sleep.
Go to bed then, man.
I appreciate y'all.
Appreciate you staying up.
Jesse.
Thank you. The RVA come on at 9 a.m.
Hey, I appreciate y'all. I got to go, bro.
Thank you for coming.
I appreciate y'all.
Yep. Thank you for coming. We'll see you soon.
I appreciate y'all having me on, man. I got to go to sleep. Like I'm gonna go to sleep. Otherwise, I'm gonna just go have my my StreamYards open. Like, and I'll just go to sleep and you just hear me snoring and shit.
Mm-hmm.
So, no, but Jesse and Seduction, I appreciate you having me on.
No problem, brother.
Like I'm gonna be listening to y'all.
Okay.
Yep.
But I want to close my mic because I'm finna go to sleep. Hey, you get me?
Yes, sir. Be well. Thank you for coming.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Mm-hmm. You let Jesse run that.
Yeah. So
that was tight.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So yeah, we're not being taught everything.
I feel cheated. You're cheated. Kind of like don't know who to slap because you feel so mad. You know, like it's just like the betrayals are coming in every angle for FBA. You know.
Right. So shout out to brothers Crew, Reality.
Shout out to Brother Crew.
The Black Media Space.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been doing things in the Chi-Town, so shout out to him.
Mm-hmm.
He's always welcome on our platform.
Mm-hmm.
So moving along, Lady Tay. It's probably the last topic of the night.
Oh, you too, huh?
And it's going to be Steve Bannon demands reparations for H-1B1 visas policy.
What? Hell no. Hell no.
That's what I said. No.
Man, Jesus Christ, man. Hell no.
So Lisa Cabrera is going to give us an update on this. Shout out to Lisa Cabrera.
All right.
Of hell don't. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to talk about the craziness of what's going on. Now, we know about this alleged civil war. You know, at the end of the day, it's just some argument online that they have labeled a civil war. Steve Bannon seems to think reparations are in order over this H-1B visas, and, you know, reparations are in order for his people.
Oh, he's smoking crack.
They've been fighting for how long, y'all? 10 days?
I'm not even hip to what you're talking about, but I just know he's smoking crack.
10 days of fighting online institute.
Once just get a new laptop, he can plug in his actual microphone.
Visa policy.
Be all right.
You know, his people deserve reparations.
We're to it.
It gets even worse, but I'm going to show you a conversation on Steve Bannon's podcast between Sean Spicer and Steve Bannon. Fair use. And I want y'all to listen carefully, especially when Steve Bannon starts talking. Listen very carefully. Guess who gets brought up? You know, it seems like every time these folks have some falling out, we somehow get put in the conversation. And I know what they're trying to do. At the end of the day, it is how they manipulate us into getting involved. I'm just glad we're at the point where we're now letting these other groups know.
That's how I feel when you send me a link.
This is like Gaza, the Gaza war all over again. Oh, where's Black people? Where's the Black people? No. Every time y'all have a squabble, y'all need to keep us out of your mouth. When we got stuff going on, we don't see you. Look, Robert Brooks was just killed. Where are you? We don't see you anywhere in sight. See, when we got our own specific causes, you don't come around and be supportive, but we're supposed to always support you. I got a big problem with that, and I'm glad the rest of the community got a problem with that too. And I'm glad after this last election, our people finally made it to the point where they're saying, we ain't getting involved with your mess no more. No more. You do you, and we'll look after our people. I love it. So let me go ahead and let you listen to this back and forth they had in regards to H-1B visas. And, you know, we know Vivek and Elon were talking to white people. Okay, they were talking directly to white people in regards to this whole topic. They weren't addressing us at all. But now it's suddenly it's becoming an everybody problem. It's becoming an everybody problem. And actually, it's not, because they made sure they squeezed a lot of our people out of being in IT. They squeezed us out of it so they could have all them big top paying positions for themselves. But when it comes down to fighting, oh, it's okay to get us involved now. It's okay to recognize our group now. You know, on any other given day, we got low IQs and we're nobody and we need to pull ourselves up out of bootstrap. And all we do is commit all the crimes up in here. We commit all the crimes up in here, which is the biggest lie they have been telling the entire time. So let me go ahead and share my screen. It's going to pop on immediately because it's a video that I uploaded on here. So just pay attention, okay? Just pay attention.
The other day is I heard this discussion about H-1B visas, and I put it out there. I literally just tweeted, let's settle this. H-1B visas pro, I'm with Elon. Con, Bannon is right. And 67%, and it trended potentially 48 hours, because look at that thing over there, 92,674 votes. Is this scientific? No. But is this where the people are? Yes. And what I found most interesting, Steve, wasn't just the vote, but I read through a lot of the comments. And what I found interesting about this issue more than anything is that some of the commentary that you have shared goes back to my original comment. For so long, we've been told we need H-1B visas because Americans can't fill this. And we've been just given a blanket excuse. This is how things are done. Suck it up, right? What I read through a lot of the comments and through a lot of the commentary that you're putting out there is, no, there is a different way. That's not, you don't have to just accept the status quo. These guys created this problem, and now they want everyone to bail them out, right? So we can train Americans. We can reprioritize putting Americans in these problems. We shouldn't just accept the status quo because they say so.
Sean, given the new coalition we've put together, and obviously it's the early days of that, you know, we did it in 16 a little bit, but much more in 24, where you have African-American males now coming to the forefront, either not voting for Democrats and or sometimes voting for President Trump, and you have Hispanics in record numbers. I think over 50% of the Hispanic vote. Last night on MSNBC, when they say, hey, we kind of like what Bannon is saying, but we know they're racist at the end of the day. These guys are all racist, and they refuse to talk about the Hispanic and African-American. I mean, isn't that what this is really about? It's about American citizens, regardless of your race or ethnicity. You deserve a shot at these jobs, and you're not dumber or lazier than people, as guys are saying, that we actually have plenty of people that can step in and fill those, because they're not bringing over the Einsteins. That's obvious, right? Do you think that gets us past this racism charge?
No, because they can't admit that they're wrong. That's the problem. And again, this goes back to the first thing I said about the status quo. We force people into a 4-year college education because we tell them that's the smart thing to do. So they get a degree in gender studies and make 15 grand a year, never pay back their loan, and hope that the government forgives it. Instead of saying, hey, there's these trade schools where you can learn a skill, you can learn to be an engineer, you can learn to work on computers. The system is screwed up, and the problem is that our leaders tell us there's only one way to do things. And what I think more than anything we've learned over the last 8 years, if not 10, is that there are better ways, more common sense solutions, and we don't have to suck it up. If we're willing to fight back, if we're willing to say this isn't the only way, that there are other avenues to pursue this, that if you're not going to change, we'll get rid of you, then, you know, I think that to me is the message. Over and over again, we've learned that we can win. We don't have to accept the status quo. I mean, I think about all these fights, these people saying Pete Hegseth isn't qualified. What are you talking about? The guy's got 3 Bronze Stars, degrees from Princeton and Harvard, served in Gitmo, Afghanistan, Iraq, and somehow because he didn't wear a star in his shoulders, he's not qualified. He didn't work in the defense industrial complex. He's not qualified. Tell me how Dennis McDonough, Obama's VA secretary, who's never served in the military, never worked for a veteran service organization, is qualified. We've got to remember that we've been shown a roadmap on how to fight and win. And if we'll follow it, we will be more and more successful. The problem, I think, or the best thing that ever happened to Donald Trump, I hate to say this, is not taking office in 2020. Because for 40 years, we've been able to get the people, the process, and the policies right, to think about them. And when he comes back in on January 1st, the American people better have their head on a swivel, because it's going to go around like this over and over and over again, because he is going to crush the establishment.
Okay, so you heard what Steve Bannon said, some coalition that was formed in 2016 and 2024, Black men and Latinos, we didn't form no coalition with no damn right. We didn't form no coalition with these idiots. What the hell? I'll be
I think
damned
he's
if
that's all
every
cap,
time
man.
these
Like,
people get in a
what is he talking
conflict, they
about?
always
I think he's reading his
drag us
facts
in.
wrong, because like
I knew we were getting
anything,
up, y'all. It's inevitable.
we don't want to
Every
do
time
none of that
some people
shit.
get
That was,
into some
you know what I mean?
squabble, you can best
You talking about
believe
like the Black
they
Caucus and all
must
that?
stop.
That is that the
They do it
coalition? Maybe
every
that's what he's talking about.
single time.
It's fucking weird. That's
No
weird.
exception.
And not only that,
So I'm trying to figure out what
every
this
time white people
coalition
talk, I
is.
think that they're really just.
I never heard of
we
it.
should
Why would I
just
want to
do
be
it
in a
like,
coalition with a bunch
oh,
of
that's what
MAGA
we should do as
fools?
Black people.
I would never.
That motherfucker try to
Oh,
stick us in.
please.
Man, no.
Please.
Hell no. It's
No, the
stupid.
only thing, Horace Jennings, you know what they're scared of? That they will no longer get the top paying jobs in this country like they have all this time, whether they're eligible or not. Now they're saying we can just get some visas and bring these folks over to work, and and they'll be here for
That was the
6
plan.
straight years.
I think that was a diabolical plan
Getting
from
less
God knows
pay.
when. Keep in mind, they always say America is fucking land of the immigrant.
So
Keep in
now
mind,
there's
that's what they
some
say. When they're the illegals,
coalition
they're the
nobody
first
ever
illegal.
heard of, according to Steve Bannon. I don't know what this man is talking about, but let's
are
get
crack
to
too.
the reparations part. Yes, Steve Bannon says that this civil
The
war
Quaker Oats, man.
is a call for reparations. This is what he said. It's a call for reparations. And I'm trying to figure out, why do these people need reparations?
They owe reparations for us
for
taking
what?
their
What done happened to you?
undesirables from the start.
Okay. If anything, y'all are overrepresented out here as far as jobs are concerned. So what is Steve Bannon talking about? Reparations for MAGA?
Motherfucker smoking crack or doing something.
Well, I'm going to say to you
stupid.
what you say to my people. I don't want my tax dollars going towards no reparations for MAGA. How about that? And how about now that I got the opportunity to say that about your reparations? I don't want my money going towards reparations because of DEI and CRT. So, white people think they're all of a sudden entitled to reparations because they don't want to learn our history. So, and their kids are feeling bad and all this stuff. No. So I'm going to say to you what you say to us. I don't want my taxpayer money. I don't want my money going towards reparations for y'all.
I'm like this. They need to continue. They need to pay us.
I don't want my money to go. Do y'all agree? Should our money go towards reparations because they're not going to get the jobs that they want, and the Indians flying over here with visas, they're going to get the jobs? So should my money go towards their reparations? Well, I don't want to pay. Now, I'm going to say the same thing y'all say to us. I don't want to pay.
I'm motherfuckers need to be paying them fucking inmates for doing them calls overseas too.
This
now I
thing
want to talk
is
about that either.
absolutely crazy, for real.
Base rocks.
But this is what Steve Bannon is suggesting, and he's mad at Elon Musk, and he is fighting back and forth with him. And at the end of the day, one advantage Elon has, he is part of Trump's administration. Now, why? I don't know, but he is. He got picked by Donald Trump to be in this Doge, whatever the hell him and Vivek is going to do. I just think they're there to be destructive, Just being destructive, that's all.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think they should strip
Now,
fucking Elon of all the subsidies that he gets from here and send
my
it back to his own
article, it's
country.
all of a sudden stuck. Hold on one
Strip his
second.
motherfucking whatever the fuck he got for here to be here. You know, since he's a bore and all, they should deport his ass back. Strip him of his subsidies that he gets here.
This to work.
Man. I really strip him. Fine his ass too. Just our GP. Man, the fucking world is a trip.
Ridiculous level.
I wonder why they don't charge Elon for
Okay.
that motherfucking Trump thing about that motherfucking car exploding.
Hold on, let me try to open this article again.
I mean, like, I recall all their vehicles. I really fucking swallow it up.
Okay, I think I got it this time. Okay, so let's BS to me. I don't see how his people are entitled to reparations for this no more than they were for DEI and CRT. Y'all are not entitled to reparations. What damage was done to you? You just sound butt sore because you're not going to be able to hog up all the high paying jobs up in here. That's really what this anger is about.
I feel like
all
this
right,
is just a
you
game
are
of
just
reverse
upset.
psychology
You
right
can't go out here and y'all cannot hog up every single high paying job out here like you used to.
Hey, Clarke.
So, Bannon escalated a MAGA civil war Monday by calling for reparations for Americans for losing out to immigrants on H-1B visas.
I'm not really fond of the
themselves be deported.
Has a little panel, but
Bannon
yeah,
reportedly railed against the program, and the billionaire Elon Musk, who backs the visas on Monday, War Room, because that's what his podcast is called, asking guests, including conspiracy theorist Laura Loomer and Democrat turned MAGA Allison, I guess that's Huyan. And he said the visas are a scam. This is what he is saying. H-1B visas, which allow U.S. companies to hire highly skilled foreign workers for specialty jobs, were signed into law as part of the Immigration Act of 1990 by George H.W. Bush,
I'll be slacking on my podcast now. I'm not even front. I wait till like the end of the week. I should be too heavy for my heart.
Donald Trump, the program. Yes, because Donald Trump have a lot of properties. He did admit that. They have become a lightning rod for the anti-immigration wing of MAGA, who claim they allow employers, especially labor, wholesale and undercut American workers. Bannon this weekend used the issue to attack both Musk and Ramaswamy, who until now had been MAGA heroes for their Department of Government efficiency. Elon attempted to calm the war Sunday, saying the program should be reformed. But far from taking, now, we know Bannon is really upset the most with Elon. And, on his podcast, he was talking about the H-1B immigrants should be expelled as part of Donald Trump's mass deportation plans. And I don't know if y'all heard, I'm just kind of throwing this in. I don't know if y'all heard the president of Honduras says if her people are thrown out and deported back to Honduras, she is shutting down the U.S. military base that's there. That's the threat she made on Donald Trump.
You better deport them back.
Send my people back, then I'm shutting down your military base here in Honduras.
Good, do that.
So these companies, I mean, not the companies, but these countries are really looking to fight Donald Trump back big time.
Good, deport him. Shut that base down.
All right, let me get back to
what
this
we doing there anyway?
Reparations thing. So the workers that are here on H-1B visas should be deported at the same time we're deporting the 15 million illegal aliens Biden brought across the border to suppress wages to low-income workers, Bannon said. American workers should be hired immediately to fill those gaps. Then we should start discussions on reparations. You know who's reparations, y'all? Reparations for white people. We should start those conversations immediately, according to Steve Bannon. But our struggle for 400 plus years, that shouldn't even be open for discussion. That shouldn't be open for discussion. But some 10-day argument over H-1B visas, that deserves reparations. Reparations need to be on the table for that, though. Oh, these people are a trip. Oh, they are a trip, y'all. They are a trip. Boy, you gotta laugh. For real. $400 years of it ain't worth. Now all of a sudden we need to have talks about reparations for. So reparations for descendants of those forced into slavery have been frequently discussed in the recent years in the US, opposed to by Republicans particularly, but to call for reparations for US citizens who are allegedly losing out on jobs. Okay, so you should get reparations for that. Okay, there are plenty of jobs you can apply for in America. You do not have to apply for these jobs. There's other jobs that pay very well in the country too. I mean, what difference does it make? Y'all always hire each other when you're not even qualified now. So what difference is that going to make? So because Steve Bannon's people are losing out on these job opportunities, they deserve reparations. But the descendants of slaves that still go through hell to this very day, they don't deserve anything. So Bannon and Loomer aim much of their fire at Musk, a prominent Trump backer during the campaign who spent hundreds of millions of dollars to boost his reelection. Musk strongly backed the visas last week after Loomer criticized the incoming Trump appointee, launching, they went back and forth, and he ended up demonetizing her and throwing her off of X. So Loomer and Musk said she's not doing anything but trolling for attention, claim she was suspended from X and her account demonetized over her stance on the issue and criticism of Elon Musk. I think that a lot of people have a hard time speaking truth to power, or afraid of taking on billionaires. This is what Loomer says. I don't even like this woman. Screw her. I'm just skipping over her. They realize that their input to President Trump is being overshadowed by the richest man in the world, who has an ulterior motive. So, does he really support MAGA and the America First agenda? We translate that to white people first. Okay, that's what that is. And he's trying to push the neo-reactionary political movement so we can establish a monarchy. And well, it ain't gonna be no monarchy here. That's kind of stupid. So Bannon previously hailed Musk for his support of Trump throughout the 2024 election. He said on Monday he wasn't singling him out, but he said that wealthy types like Elon and David Sachs are just coming to party. They've got their own set of belief and their own economics. Bannon said, that's not MAGA economics. That's not America First economic. And it's certainly not American systems first. So they are just, like I said, they're just butt sore that they are not going to have first dibs at the top paying jobs in this country. That's all. That's all this reparations talk is about. But like I said, when they talk about their reparations for this H-1B, I'm going to just give them the same answers they give us. I don't want my money going towards you. I don't want my money going towards, I don't want somebody like Steve Bannon having reparations from my hard-earned money. I'm going to really put it out there. Yes, I am. This is nothing but entitlement talk. That's all it is. They're entitled and feel like no matter what, whatever are the best jobs or the best paying jobs, they should always have first dibs at it, even if they're not qualified. Steve Bannon, please don't mention the Black community anymore. Keep us out of your mouth, especially pertaining to this squabble y'all having among each other online. We're not even included in that, and I don't want to be included in your squabbles. Just keep our names, keep the Black community out of your mouth. Y'all never want to be helpful when it comes down to us, but we always got to have your back. I'm done. So anyway, Horace Coates, thank you for becoming a new member. Soraya, thank you for the super sticker. Dark Skin Brother, thank you for the super chat. We got to remember everything these devils do. It's to spite us. Yes, you're right. Rita Williams, thank you for chat. I don't want my tax dollars going to nobody white. How about that? And I don't like that my tax dollars went to Asians either. KD, thank you for the super chat. They scared, the immigrants are turning on them, not just Black people. Tell it like it is. Thank you for the super chat. They want reparations for a problem they caused. Talk about pissing on your own Cheerios. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They did cause this problem. We don't have no say in what foreigners come to this country, nor have we ever had that say. We don't have no say like that. So no, yeah, you're right. They caused this whole problem with the visas, and they caused it by taking advantage of people and corrupting the entire process, because that's what they do. Everything they put their hands on, they corrupt. And this is just one more of those things that's corrupt. They want foreigners to come over here and work for half the salary that they would have paid Americans. So if you are in IT right now, and let's say you get 90,000 a year, the foreigner coming over here is probably going to get 45K. They don't cut all them salaries in half. And that's what they're we got police that do not protect us. And, why should we pay you for that? You should refund us every single tax dollar. So if you don't want to educate us right, and you don't want to give us proper policing, then give us our money back. Hmm. Well, yeah, they don't, they know they don't want to give us those jobs. That's why Elon and Vivek did not address us. They were addressing specifically white people. They didn't address us. Any foreigners coming to this country, they're not coming for our jobs. They're not coming for our jobs. You didn't hear them saying, oh, yeah, they're going to come over here for those black jobs. They don't want our jobs. They want the highest paying jobs in the country. That's what they want. Hmm. Yeah. And see, these foreigners, they come over here and act like they're better than us, but they don't realize how badly exploited they are. They're not getting the best salaries when they come over here. Yeah, you're in a high-tech job getting half the salary that they paid the somebody that's American. Thank you for the super chat, dark skinned brother. You said these devils messed up the whole planet. That is unheard of. Yeah. Yeah. And like I said, and on those visas, they get to stay for 6 straight years and work. You know, and that's what they're going to do. And they're going to keep bringing them. And Donald Trump said he wants to lift the restriction on how many can come into the country. He wants them to come in big numbers into the country. Just, like I said, I was wondering how long it was going to take the
I'm back.
Sorry, y'all. StreamYard's actually really stupid. It keeps messing with the browser and the sound and all of that, and I have to stay muted because it's a damn fan. So thank you. I'm going to end the show now.
Okay.
Lady Ted, what are your quick thoughts on these H1N1 visas?
They're stupid. It's stupid. It's all stupid. It really. I don't think fucking Elon or anybody should be talking about it. Like, especially Elon. Like, take them fucking subsidies from that motherfucker and shut him down and send him back. You know what I mean? Send him back. Deport that motherfucker. Like, strip him of his fucking citizenship. That guy is fucking whack. Like, are you serious? What happens when the bromance is over? Let's just think about that. Because, he's not opposed to getting rid of motherfuckers. So what happens when all that's over? It's really even fucking stupider than all this thought and process and power is given to these motherfuckers. They're on like billionaire welfare or some shit like that. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. That's what I say. Like fucking stupid. I can't believe it. They have all the audacity in the motherfucking world to talk about us, and they won't fucking pay reparations or do anything while they're handing out money that isn't, that's just fucking freely fucking printed out for no goddamn reason. Hand it out to everybody and they fucking mama when they live the way they live with a fucking audacity of acting like they're important or special when there are subsidies and fucking or a lot. You know what I mean? They have to go to court. I mean, let's just look at fucking the fucking, what is his name? Giuliani. Everybody about to be like Giuliani here shortly. You just need to stop fighting it and just give in. Real shit. Everybody about to be just like him.
Crew. Thank you for staying up late with us. Get you some rest, bro. The flip side of this is Elon is the only one hiring felons and giving them a second shot at life. Oh shit. Facts.
Yeah, with subsidy money. That's even worse. Like, you think about it, you know what I mean? I was just reading an article about this fucking Elon Tesla shit. I was like, yeah, it sucks. It's like it's like billionaire welfare. Yeah, of course he's giving everybody a second chance. Makes sense to me. Think about it. It's fucked up shit. It's really fucked up shit.
Yep, and then the audacity, like you said, of them to be demanding reparations. Like, how in the hell?
Really, we should be demanding more reparations. The fucking 13 colonies or whatever the fuck would never have been fucking even a thought. We were taking their motherfucking undesirables forever. We're the motherfucking nation of fucking immigrants and whatever the fuck they want to say. They're taking all their illegals and fucking boat riders forever. Like, fuck you, pay me. Cut the motherfucking check. Stop talking. Like, Bannon, how can he expect anything out of this motherfucking new administration when he was part of the last one? Didn't he remember?
Right.
It's like, how we forget. Come on now. They're all like, I don't even understand how the media could just propagate these fucking fraudulent motherfucking lies that you gotta dig deep and go on expeditions to find out the truth. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
see?
That's like easily over in the hundreds of trillions of dollars. Easily.
Right. There's no fucking there's no making up for it. There's no symbolic nothing to cover any of this at this point. Yeah, exactly. You see how the spider weaves his little webs of fucking deceit, fucking mayhem, chaos, fucking malice. It's all fucking nefarious. It's all malicious. Oh my god. And yet, here we are. And we'll be here in 4 years too. You dig? Like, this is fucking crazy. Doing all this hard work. raising the anger levels.
Yeah, definitely doing that. So thank you for coming in. I'm going to end the show now. Thank you for insight. Thank you to our brother crew Reality for joining us. Everybody in the chat, Leonard, Win Lose,
Jay,
Twin, Mac 285. Who else joined us tonight? Leonard, and anybody else that was watching but not speaking.
Mm-hmm.
And we also appreciate our West Coast correspondent, Shabaka San Corey, for joining us as well. I know we have a difference of opinion when it comes to certain things. His contribution is always welcome. So we'll be back tomorrow, later on today, for part 3. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe. Oh, the topics are going to be Beyonce accused of cultural appropriation.
Hell no.
Foreign nurse caught swinging a broom at an elderly patient in a nursing home. And bite in secret, where are the 320K missing migrant children? So make sure y'all like and subscribe.
You're all at that island. I played around. I was just kidding.
We're at 175 now, so the goal is 200. Probably by the end of this month. I think we can meet that. So make sure y'all share the broadcast out, and shout out to the people that's gonna listen to the replay.
Mm-hmm.
When can we expect the RBA, Lady J?
Well, I set the timer, man, for 9, but I'll probably reset the timer because I forgot that it's Monday, and I also forgot that I should go do something I should probably take care of before I even get that started. But yeah, it's kind of set the timer. I was going to go on right after this, but I wasn't sure. I was not sure. So probably sometime, now that I forgot that you still got part 3, it's like, damn it. It's either now or never, you know what I mean? So we'll see. I got it set up, so whatever. We'll see. Look for the notifications. That's all I can say right now. Sleep well. Stay black. Stay dangerous.
Yes, ma'am. So thank y'all for tuning in to the season 4, episode 41, part 2 of the Frontline Black News. We'll be back later on with part 3. In the meantime, make sure y'all like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. The Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And of course, the Black Experience Enhanced, which we are down to our last month of on Blog Talk Radio, on Facebook and Twitter, now X.com. So peace, love, light, reparations, and separations, and Black empowerment, and soon to be mass deportations. Che and Kruma signing out from the Mile High Income, and Lady Che signing out from the Sundown Town, right next door, known as Aurora, Colorado. Go Broncos.
All right.